Eventually you'll let go of it. Exactly. So that's exactly. How's it going tonight?
You're a good neighbor, haven't you? Here we are.
Yeah.
Ready for the date night.
I see the two of you together, it's never good. Never good. Never good. Listen, this is your fault.
Come on in. We got a couple here. Go ahead.
You sure we can sit?
Yes.
I see reserve. What's up?
No, it's reserved for me. I'll move my stuff. There you go. Yes.
What the fuck? Last time, 6:30. Last meeting. And you told me, not a film and don't film me. I came into school at that party. I still can't forget that movie. That's what came to me.
Kathy.
This is like a
It is.
Am I correct? And you can.
Yes.
What is that?
We're going through all that.
You know, she submitted all this.
Okay, good.
I wasn't sure if I was coming.
Oh,
So it doesn't matter, right?
No.
We get till midnight.
yes.
Easy.
I don't have a shovel.
There goes Tom. There he goes. Tom?
I was going to say, the fireworks are always better in the back. Because you can see how high they go. Well, you can also throw the comments back here. No one really knows. So, you know, the guy out there is president. Careful.
They won't even let us read the stuff. It's just like
Anything I throw will be on camera.
Tom, how many people at the event yesterday?
900
it's not good for yourself.
No, it's good for anybody.
No, it isn't.
And now
It's 600.
the commissioner becomes
My gosh,
thankfully was there.
Then you read the PA. People laughing because the PA said 650 a ball.
Didn't say 60.
Hey guys.
I was always 200 more.
How are you?
Right up here.
I felt safer there.
Rebecca's here. She's like,
They
right.
are so strict. Everywhere you went, I had like the best words and everywhere you went.
Re-inspection report. Next week, I'm gonna have to
Worse. Italy. Anywhere you went, you had that message. But like if it was like
surprised if you got a different inspector.
first they took the temperature,
No.
then they checked your vaccine. Then you went through like the airport security. Then they took the ticket. That's the three of the above. It was crazy. I haven't had to wait.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
So we go right through.
You voted on everything.
No, it's fine. But they, I have to tell you, they proposed you couldn't get into the restaurant. You in France, you can sit
Oh, okay. So be it.
yeah, and well, yeah, the other reason was that blood
Very nice.
That's great. When they're small like that,
I went to the
well, it's very
installation
small.
class. I've never seen
However, there was
one.
only 11.
that's having the woman on there, it's like having the person
Yes.
concierge takes you everywhere, does everything for you.
Exactly, like we had to get our particular COVID test to come back.
It's jam.
I came to the hotel, we sat in the bar, people came in, they tested us, gave us our papers, and we were good to go. Because in Venice, it's really hard to get one. But France, it's like the next door to the hotel, it's like the pharmacy gets working, they check it out ahead of time, so we got all these Americans coming in. Because we get it here, like, hey, you guys never come to me. 30 and
So we got both of them. This ocean line pulled up.
We went sick. One of the days we went to just like a national park. It's like Queen's Park. So the best way to get there is to take a boat. We were supposed to land us fourth, but it was too rough to get into an alternate. But most of the boats were running. So she, Peter, whatever, a boat had probably seen about 2 fish each. That's the boat. One of those ends was 11 of them. But they do it. And it was great. Vatican Museum, Untitled Chapter. And then we did one at St. Paul's Cathedral in
Windows gotta be fixed. Money's gotta come from somewhere.
and they couldn't get it because they just thought it was getting old. So they had us there like that opening right through. More crowds than normal, but limited. But, you know, over there, she's fast everywhere. It's not like here. Over there, they were it wasn't before that.
How do we do this? Are you gonna drop it off? Let me see what my guys are.
Let's go. I got so much today, 3 times.
Yeah. Not necessarily right there. Changes, but I think to do it ahead of time.
Yes, yeah,
Every day on the car,
Who are you?
Hey, wait a minute. I hear.
Which one are you?
Yours.
No, you are. Nope. All right.
Bring your phone.
Wait.
Today we got the roof. DOB wants to re-inspect the building. Which I know. You take that last step, right? That's it. I'm talking about DOB.
So you know what?
And then the boat down, guys.
Everybody knows it. You have to know.
I got 10 stories.
Plus being
I moved my kids
at the private
Right.
Then I'm going back. Welcome to voicemail.
Sounds great.
Welcome to voicemail. Yes. I just want to make
My kids still talk about
I saw the, I was watching the video on the website.
parents.
They went to St. Mary's.
I was on the
Like I
board.
said, the man did like this.
It's really starting to say this.
I'm never gonna find 100% wrong.
I'm looking at my time right now.
Yes.
We all know Highland. They only wanted us up.
That was great.
Well, no, I told Peter right away, but it's really good. We take a look at what's up. I'm not saying to go back to the summer. No, summer. We'll go down that front. Guess what? And cross the
don't have to tell you.
I love Douglaston.
There's a lot more to it. You got a lot to know. I want to tell you about something. There's a lot to know. I'm doing
No,
know
but
what
that's
she
the
has
one
it.
in here.
Oh, okay.
I just don't want to take the,
They just, yeah, yeah, that way.
I don't want to go the walkway.
Got your voting card?
You get your bingo?
Tommy. He was at the issue.
Can you hear me okay? Good evening. My name is Tom Hussein, and obviously serve as a member of the board of DMA. Grateful to do it, excited to do it, and grateful for all of you being here this evening. My particular role on the board is usually the chair of the Memorial Field Committee. And so those of you who have been incredibly generous to the playground, personally, thank you so much for that generosity. It's been very meaningful. I also serve on the Finance Council. Mike Gannon, who is our president, our chair, could not be here this evening. He has personal and important reasons why he cannot attend such a large gathering. That said, if I could ask the person just to keep Michael in his thoughts, because his incredible contributions to the DMA over the past decade and beyond have been immeasurable. So thank you so much. Just a couple of points, if you don't mind. Obviously, we extend our tremendous gratitude to our friends here at St. Sarkis. This is a great hall. Our hospitality has been incredible. And we needed to move it here, of course, because we anticipated a large gathering, and that has been witnessed. We're also grateful, obviously, for your patience, your understanding, because it's been 2 years since our last annual meeting. Sadly, the pandemic has offered adverse conditions that didn't allow us to meet. And even more sadly, yet again, we're facing the community with another strain, which has challenged us. And after I finish speaking in about an hour and a half from now, I will. That was, you can always count on Becky. We'll ask everyone to remain masked. Brief roll, very brief roll, and that's very important because, you know, if we put an Irishman in front of a microphone with 100+ people, it's dangerous, and it'll be a long night. But we will have probably a long evening. There is a complex agenda in front of us, and because of that, we've invited a parliamentarian to fundamentally moderate and control the agenda. I'll introduce David in just a minute. 2 reminders, folks. This is the easiest. Exits are to my left, some of your right, and equally as important, the bathroom on the right as well. I intend to be there 3 or 4 times tonight. Thank you, Becky. But there is a large, you know, tonight we're voting on a series of motions and a lot of other issues, and I'll just close with this. But there is a larger issue that obviously that we're confronting here this evening. I will not preach, but just remind that, you know, we're voting on a lot of things, and I hope as a community we get to elect to rejoin each other in a sense of collegiality and fellowship that we've enjoyed for such a long time. The current rancor that we have been experiencing, I hope personally, subsides and subsides quickly. I think we can do that as a community. We've done it before, right? We've witnessed the outpouring support of each other during Hurricane Sandy. We built and rebuilt the dock. We replaced our playground. So many of you reached out to neighbors and friends in the early months of the shutdown of the pandemic, and we stood up against anti-Asian hate. And so I'm convinced if we come together, we can absolutely do that. I hope you join us. Do we have a quorum to begin the meeting? I'm officially pretty good at this. I'm not good at this, okay. I'm going to turn it over to David. David Jackson is a well-respected parliamentarian. He's going to guide the meeting. He's going to introduce many of the motions, take us through the different complexities, and do it in an appropriate way. He is a highly recognized, he's a published parliamentarian. He's the former vice president of the American Parliamentarian Association. He's a professor at Pace University, and he lectures often on the topics having to do with parliamentary procedures. David, thank you for joining us.
Thank you all for the round of applause. Should anybody not be able to hear me, let me know, and hopefully at the end of the night you still applaud. So it's my job to make sure that we can kind of get through all of the day's work in a pleasant and collegial manner as it's described. What I will ask is as we go, is there anybody here that's having a hard time hearing me? As we go through the business of the evening, I will ask that people please raise their hands. If I'm not noticing because I'm looking at something else, you can just make a little noise, but please don't be loud and crazy. I was asked to let you know, kind of like what I always tell the students, please don't fill out the papers until we get to them, because they'll fill them out. Please hold off on filling out your stuff. You're welcome. You get one ballot. You want to elect people now, go for it, but just wait until we get to that part in case there are any changes or any changes in any of the amendments. It'll be easier for you to be able to follow the process that's going on. Okay, so for those of you that are not aware, and I think some of this was already touched on, Mike Gannon has resigned as president, but remains in his role as a director. And Jamie Sutherland is unable to attend this evening. As such, for this meeting, Michael Stark will be our secretary pro tem. Thank you very much for volunteering to do that. And Tom Kassane, as you've heard, is the president. Our first order of business is to establish a quorum. Your bylaws in Article 5, Section 10 require 10% or more member households to be represented in person or by proxy, and they are in good standing. Ms. Lee. She's counting. Okay, do we have a quorum at this point? I would say we do have a quorum because I know by proxy we have enough people. So at this point, I'm going to move forward without objection and we have a quorum for business adopted. Okay, our next order of business is the approval of the minutes. The minutes have been distributed. Are there any corrections to last year's minutes dated April 30th, 2019? What's good? Just come to the microphone so everybody can hear you.
This is a little one, but for watching Craig Brock, not Greg Brock.
Greg Brock, okay.
Yeah, and also the vote that release was in November, not late winter.
Can you tell me where you're?
Towards the end, it was under the insurance. I think it was 7. Yeah.
Okay. Are there any other corrections? Hearing none, the minutes are approved as amended. According to Article 5, Section 5, 2 tellers shall be appointed in the annual meeting to count the votes for the directors, the nominating committee, and will hopefully assist you with other counts as needed. They shall have charge over the polls in the process. Are there any nominations for tellers? If you have nominations, please raise your hand and we'll follow them. Okay. Are there any counts for side? I think. Yes.
Describe the position of the teller, please.
Describe the position of the teller. Is that what you're saying? The position of the teller is going to be they'll collect the ballots and they will count them. We will have these two tellers. They will count, confirm, and report back to the chair what the ballots were.
I'll be a teller.
Okay. Unfortunately, you have me at a great disadvantage. I have no idea who you are.
Christine Bergoglio.
Christine.
David, Sharon Carroll.
Yes, I'd like to nominate Ryan Presley as the teller.
Ryan Presley. Christine, I didn't catch the last name. You got it, okay. Are there any other nominations?
Yes, Peter Burgess, I'd like to nominate as the teller.
Peter Burgess.
And one more, I'd like to nominate Allison Angelilli.
Allison? Angela?
Yes.
Are there any other nominations? Going once. Going twice. Seeing no other nominations, nominations are closed. We will be projecting the names for you, and you should all have a ballot to use for tellers. And you will be able to select 2 of the names. Actually, stop. We're going to have to do this. Yeah. Fine, never mind.
Will the tellers be asking for any discussion? Yes.
Would you like to have discussion about the candidates, or are we just moving to a vote?
No, I was nominated, and I suppose if I'm going to this discussion, I would like to nominate Peter.
Oh, if you're going to miss discussion during the meeting, yes, you would. They would send. So you want to withdraw your name?
Yes.
Gotcha.
Sorry,
Gotcha. No, that's fine. So that leaves us with Christine, Ryan, and Allison.
Can I withdraw my name then?
You can. That leaves us with Ryan, Allison, and no, you cannot. So there are no other nominations and no other withdrawals. Congratulations, Ryan and Allison. Okay, that part is done. Now, okay, according to Article 5, Section 5, the presiding officer shall at the request of 5 members in good standing appoint 2 watchers. The watchers watch the tellers count. Who such members shall designate to watch the counting if it's being conducted by the tellers. And in order to save some time, I have been made aware that there are 2 nominations that were brought forward already, a Dennis Safran and Christine Brigliario.
Yeah, correct.
Do you both accept?
My husband's out there, he accept, I accept it.
There you go.
You accept?
Who's in charge? Jesus Christ.
Yes.
I just have a question.
Yes.
With regard to a possible conflict of interest, if Mr. Saffron's wife might be running for one of the positions.
He's a watcher.
Unfortunately, you guys don't have much of a conflict of interest policy on who can be an observer, but your point is well taken and the body has heard. Are there any other nominations for observer? Are there any other nominations for observer? Yes.
Question, please. Will the nominees please stand so we can see them?
This is Christine. Okay. Are there any other nominations? Third and final. Hearing none, congratulations Dennis, congratulations Christine. So we now have our tellers and our observers. Okay, at this time we're going to begin the board reports. Ms. Kennedy Mulholland, will you present the treasurer's report and the finance report?
Yes.
Hello, everybody. My name's Loretta Kennedy Mulholland. I'd like to first thank Pat Rice for her tenure as treasurer for the last couple of years. She trained me well, and I took over in September as treasurer. The priorities for this year, the DMA has had, the first one, the DMA has had an auditor for the last, I think, 13 years plus. And following best practices of organizations, we will look for potentially changing auditors. not necessarily for what they've done or haven't done, but we just think it's a good practice to potentially go out there and see what else is there from a cost and who knows what we'll find out there, but that is one thing we're going to pursue. The second point is, personally, I've always thought that the financials presented to the membership could be more transparent. And I did make some adjustments to the financials that were part of your packages. In the compensation area, I broke out the compensation which was embedded in the previous financials within the various functions. So that is now broken out. I will also give you another breakout tonight. I did also break out some other expenses and gave you what our expenses are as a percentage of our total. So you can sort of easily see where DMA is spending the majority of their finances. I welcome further suggestions for consideration. In light of the tight budget, cost savings and efficiencies are necessary. In late 2020, an office committee was formed. It was formed to bring some best practices to the DMA. We set out and have detailed job and committee descriptions, handbooks, and we'd like to increase electronic files and processing. This is really part of what we've been doing for over the last year and trying to move to a little bit more digital transformation with DMA. I would also like to announce that the DMA office will be relocated to an office in the Community Church of Douglaston. And we thank the Community Church very much for this space. This move, which will happen in the beginning of next year, will yield significant savings, both in office expenses, including rent, utilities, cleaning, as well as much better access for our members. Lastly, let me just go down into the highlights of the DMA's financials for the fiscal years ending 2021 and compared to 2020, which was, remember, our fiscal year ends March 31st. COVID had a very large impact on our financials ending 2021 in March, mostly due to much less activity. Our income was down slightly, but the expenses for the office grounds, pier, and beach were also down. Really, I can put a blanket statement there as less activity. The DMA also benefited from a cash perspective from a PPP loan that we took out, and we were forgiven for it. I think these are pretty much detailed on the financials that you received. These increases were offset slightly through a slight increase that year in security costs, our legal expenses, and the ever-growing insurance premiums. We also had a one-time consulting fee that we incurred in fiscal year ending 21, and we also have another one that you'll see in the budget later on for the current year that we're in. This consulting fee was necessary. New York City had made a very large error for the DMA property, and it really took a consultant to fix that error. So it was money well worth it, and it all had to do with real estate taxes. It is now cleared, and we are back to normal. But it was, if you've ever had to deal with the New York City Tax Department. It is, we had a hard time on our own, so this consultant did prevail. So we're happy to announce that. So we ended the year with a $6,000 net income before depreciation. But on the balance sheet, the next slide, our cash position based on the PPP loan actually increased by $25,000 for the year ending 21. Our depreciation, if you've noticed on the balance sheet, went up tremendously, and that is primarily due to the new playground equipment that was, I think, put in pretty much in the fiscal year 2021, late 19 and fiscal in early 20. Tom, when was it?
Reopened in March of 2020.
Right, okay. So it sort of overlapped, but the way depreciation was a full year of depreciation last year. And lastly, our audit financial statement is final. You can come by the office and take a look at that if you would like. We would have copies of it in the office.
Are there copies available here tonight?
No, they're not.
And when you say you're talking about the Form 99,
No, I'm talking about the audit financials. And
with
the Form 99 is not.
we're still waiting a lot of answers to.
So I'm going to ask that you have a seat right now, so that the report's finished. There will be an opportunity for questions and answers. We'll have your chance.
I just want to say, first of all, that our bylaws call for last year's financials to be presented and comparison to the year before. I know this meeting is very late for an annual meeting, so I will, at the end of my budget highlights, will touch on how we're doing financially October 31st compared to last year's October 31st. So I will touch on that. I think the highlights are our security increased $13,000 or 13%. Our legal fees also increased. I will say that primarily that is a $15,000 one-time deduction for the lawsuit that happened. I mentioned the real estate consulting, that it was $9,000 for this fiscal year, and it was, I think, $5,000 for the last fiscal year. And although our general expenses decreased in fiscal 21, I would say, according to the budget, they're back up to 2021 or 2020 levels, right? So when I talked about the year before, we really had a dip with the COVID year, and now we're back up to 2020 levels. But I will just mention we're not exceeding it. Our expenses for Brown's office here in the beach decreased from a budget perspective by $8,000. And I'll get into why that is. It's primarily in the compensation line. And also we're budgeting for salaries to be reduced by about $10,000. And again, I'll talk about that in compensation. Okay, so our total compensation for the DMA is our part-time employee. Unfortunately, our part-time seasonal employee who was with us for, I think, 3 or 4 years, did not come back this season. So we did hire some summer help, and we got some outside help to cut with both in the really height of the summer months for our larger areas. But we hope to next year hire again a part-time person for the summer months. Our office expense decrease, we're budgeting primarily due to our health insurance on that area going down significantly. And our peer piece, we hire approximately 15 to 18 part-time employees to cover the peer age, anywhere from lifeguards to gatekeepers. And that increased a little bit this year, again, due to activity. Lastly, I'd like to just say that the DMA continues cost savings activities. And although we have had two dues increases since 1997, for a total of $225 since 1997. So annually, that's about less than $10 per year per household, and gives the DMA an additional $5,000 per year. So you can see that from a cost basis perspective, it runs on a very tight budget. But we do want to thank the efforts of the community that have donated to our capital projects over the last few years. The first one was the Save the Dock campaign, which raised close to $200,000 to make major improvements to the dock. And thanks to Tom and his efforts, the playground improvements also was a successful campaign, bringing in $130,000. So we hope that the new board takes into consideration the status of the proposals that came up a couple of years ago on capital improvements that are still, in my opinion, still needed, and hopefully the new board will approve these and find a way to bring the community and get behind those much needed improvements. So I think that's it. So, are there any questions? Do I ask questions on the budget?
You all should have received the budget and the materials that were sent to you. Are there any? First is really we need is a motion to accept the budget and use the date all you want.
Motion to accept the budget.
So moved. Is there a second? Thanks. Okay. If anybody has any questions, now would be the time to come to the microphone and ask them so that we can all hear what you're saying.
Oh, and I also said I would give you an update on where we were from 21 to 20.
You want to do that now?
Yeah, let me just do that. Okay. So as of October 31st, I'll just give you some highlights. Our gross profit was about the same as last year. It was up about $2,500. Our office expenses were less by $8,000. Our grounds expense was less by $12,000. Pier and beach expenses was slightly higher at $3,600. Our legal fees were, as you know, the legal fees, insurance, and our real estate, all, and expect, there were two one-time charges, one for the $15,000 legal deductible and the $9,000 consulting fee. So in total, our net ordinary income before, yeah, their net ordinary income before depreciation is right now running about $17,000 below last year.
Are there any questions on the budget? Let's start with that. Please come to the microphone so we can hear you.
Sorry. This is not a good question, Loretta. You said the security increase 13%?
That's Philip, we can't hear you.
Oh, sorry.
Take the mask.
Sorry about that. You said the security budget increased $13,000, but the paperwork says $3,000. Is that a problem?
Well, the security contract budget was I just changed that number today, right when I came in here. I was thinking I was looking at budget, and I was looking at actual. So, I'm sorry, I messed that up, because I literally just changed that 3 and put a 1 in front of it. So it was $3,000. It's a $13,000 increase from the actual last year to the budget this year. My apologies.
Anybody else has any questions? Feel free to line up behind the microphone. That's the easiest way to do it.
One here.
Right, thank you, Loretta. It's not really a question about me, it's related to the budget. Thank you for that. When I was on the board a number of years ago, I did a reserve study. And for anyone who doesn't know what a reserve study is, it's essentially, it's a full accounting. Literally, we walk through the neighborhood from Memorial Field all the way around the shoreline back to the beach by George's house. It's a full accounting of all of the common property, which includes the real estate, the infrastructure, assets, literally fences, right? It means everything. And so we accounted for absolutely everything. And then working with the accounting, the auditing firm, we were able to value as best as we could, and I'll do that best effort with value everything that the DMA owns, the common property, we all own, okay? And then actually, we marked the state of the maintenance requirements as well as the condition, state of repair, etc. From that reserve study, the idea is that an organization, a homeowners organization, can sit down and say, well, I know that the roof on the bottom is 30 years old, so we'll probably see either, repair or upgrade in the next number of years, or I know that it's so I'm just curious whether the board, and I should probably say that in New York State, homeowner associations are not required to do resource studies, but in other states they are, like California, for example. Does the board still use the reserve study? The intention years ago was that once it was done, it would be reviewed on an annual basis to enable the board to forecast the budget, right? And say, we definitely believe the property should be yours. So out of curiosity, is that something that the board has been using, still uses, or if you haven't, and I understand why, but can you use it in the future? Is my question.
Yes, we use the reserve study in the finance committee. I prefer not to. Thank you. That's okay. That's what it is. Well, we used the reserve study a few years ago to determine use increases, and we updated it, came up with estimates and budgets for what we thought it was going to be and our timeline to spend it. In the past year, we haven't addressed it just because of everything else going on with finance, and we're just basically trying to maintain what we're doing. But it is an active working document within the board, so it is currently constantly being looked at, but it wasn't looked at for this budget this year because of other issues.
Thank you.
Good question. Consultant.
Take the
On
minutes.
that, you say consultant? It's not listed here, but.
Yeah, it's under real estate taxes / consulting.
What is that?
Oh, what it was for? Marcia, do you want to just quickly give that summary?
So apparently New York City, the finance department made a mistake in calculating our property taxes on our common properties. And so the consultant was hired to work with the city. I don't know, Rita's like, your eyebrows are furrowed. Am I not saying this right? Okay. So a consultant was hired to work with the city to correct this mistake. The mistake was corrected. There was no cost to the DMA as far as the real estate tax is concerned, but we had to pay for the consultancy. And anyway, what is it? Certiorari.
I have a question on the balance sheet. I see there was a account receivable on credit balance. Can you explain to that?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Oh.
I apologize.
That's okay. There was a credit on. Okay. Account receivable, there's a credit balance on the balance sheet. And then there was an exchange for the same amount on accounts receivable. Can you explain why?
Well, we went over this with our accountants. And
Many times.
Many times.
It's a quirk within the books and records and how certain accounts were set up that basically does need to be collapsed against other balance sheet accounts. That was something that Loretta and I had a conversation with our auditor after this had been out, so we did not want to remove it and take away something that you had seen, but it does need to be collapsed.
They're balanced against each other, but in order to actually take them off the books, we would have to go back and do a lot of digging.
Can you explain that better? It's like you're washing the money.
I would say it was the way certain journal entries were passed on the books and records. I would just say that we found a quirk in the books and records that the way certain journal entries were processed, when cash was coming in, it wasn't getting offset against the cash account, it was getting offset against this receivable account. So it does need to be collapsed against the cash accounts. It's not taking anything away, it's not hiding anything. It was just wrong journal entries were made that booked the amount to the wrong account.
Who made that error?
I'm fairly new, so I don't know who it was that made those journal entries. I don't have that insight, but it is something that we have confirmed with our auditor.
My name is Bernadette Kelly, 325 Lowell, I'd like to make a point of order. Number one, anyone that comes up to the microphone, introduce themselves and give their full name. And number two, do not take questions from the audience, unless in fact you're going to change the rules.
What's your
I agree. There's nothing funny about it. One person speaks at a time, right?
My name is Barbara Sanders. I have another question. Was an employee retention credit applied for the quarter ending at 12/31/20 and the quarter ending at 9/30/21? Employee retention credit. That has to do with the PPP. It's getting back some credit for payroll tax.
So, I'm sorry, I'm not quite following. So, yes, we did receive PPE funds for the government.
Yes.
And your question, I apologize.
Oh, that's okay. It's called an employee retention credit due to COVID. We applied for some payroll tax credit.
Right.
Was that applied in the last, at 12/31/20 and 9/31/21. It's money coming back from the government, which will help the DMA Association when it comes to their financials.
Financial or state?
It comes back as a credit.
I don't think we.
Actually, they'll issue,
You're asking if we actually applied?
Yes.
I don't believe it.
I want everyone to realize and actually ask us to pay about it. Are all taxes, are we currently with all our filings, IRS filings, annual taxes?
And the 990 is due, I think, by the February. So we are.
With 2020?
Yes. We should be getting a draft for the board to review very soon.
I do have a question about payroll. On the income statement, it states $197,346. On the actual,
For budget?
no, actually, it's for the year ending, 2019 to 2020.
Yes.
On the 990 form, the numbers don't match. On the 990 form, where the breakdown of the wages, total is 169,976. Is there a money?
Well, those questions were, I believe that was in Jane's file she asked me yesterday about those. It asked me before, but yesterday I sent the question to the accountant, she hasn't gotten back to me yet. But I did not go back, I did not have time to go read the 990 today, but I believe it could have something to do with the definition of wages. Remember, that line is total compensation.
There was a breakdown on the 990 form, wages $47,185, payroll taxes $13,567. Other wages is $109,224. Can you just explain other wages?
Well, 47, I believe, was just our secretary, right? 13,000, I think, would be the taxes associated with that?
It's payroll tax.
Payroll tax, I think, associated with the 47. Okay, and then the last number was?
Other wages, $109,224.
And this was in last year's 990. Your comment was everybody else except for the others. It was on a different page.
It says other wages. It does have nothing? No, there's no breakdown for those other wages.
It's not on the officer director line,
No, it's not.
so then that's everything else.
Grounds,
Yes, that's here.
Are there any other questions? Please state your name and.
My name is Joseph Alvarado, 104 Norwood Avenue. We paid some money to a consultant, legal fees. The city was wrong, therefore we should sue them in small claims court. Again, our consultant was paid what he paid, the damages he paid, to get our money, or get the correction. That should be part of their responsibility. They're forced to go on legal fees to get that correction. So we should sue in small claims court. Okay?
I will bring, I'm sure the new board will put that on their agenda. I will definitely make note of that.
Two, one of the things that I think we gotta think about is how can we generate income? And we never talk about generating income. Perhaps if we had a co-op kind of thinking, all of us would have the same, or partially have the same gardener. We could have a cheaper gardener, and we could have services that could then contribute to us, to the association. But a co-op thinking would give us the possibility of generating income, assuming we had an insurance carrier that we all use. It could generate income for us, and it could lower our costs of our homes. we're all in the same place, why don't we use the same insurance carrier?
Okay, specific to the budget.
But all I'm saying is that it would generate income if we use some ingenuity and think out of the box. So,
Are there any other questions now specific to the budget?
Loretta, is it fair to say that the audit company that looks at our financials specializes in companies that, or communities such as ours in homeowners associations?
I actually don't know the answer to that.
But in general, when the statement says it's final, it means that their auditors have gone through all of the information that we've given them. It goes according to general account accepted accounting principles, and they sign it. If they sign off, it means that they're liable. So therefore, if we've given them all the information, they come back and they say the statement is final, there should be no question around what the financials are printed and given to us. Is that correct? Is that correct?
From the audit.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions for the budget?
Further to the question that was just asked, is there a situation where there could be a generally accepted accounting principle that's
So I'm going to just stop you because this really doesn't have anything to do with the specific budget. If you have questions about the budget that's before you for your approval, that's what you would want to ask.
Yes, it pertains to the other $109,000 that was the other compensation. So if something is accepted by the auditor, that it's acceptable in the general accounting practices, but yet there isn't an explanation of that $109,000 in other compensation that was paid, and maybe not acceptable by the residents, how do you resolve it?
As I said, that 109,000 is on a different page.
The 990 is that doesn't necessarily follow GAAP, US GAAP.
Right.
That would follow tax accounting rules, which could be different than US GAAP, to clarify.
Right. Well, I think the point that was being made was that if all the financials were already looked at by an auditor and accepted, then everything was okay. But I think what everyone's kind of wants to know is where did that $109,000 go? Did it go to the groundskeeper? Who got that compensation?
So that's my main question. I think that's something we should
have been like that. And by the way, that should have been ignored.
So I can tell you right now, the salaries. So I don't get exactly to 109,000, but I get to 110,000 with the breakout of the year ending 2021 compensation.
This is 2019.
19, okay, so I don't have those numbers. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be similar. We have the same here and dock. And then that's grounds in here and dock.
So how many employees are in the DMA?
In that year, we have a full-time grounds person who, I don't have his breakout, and a part-time grounds person who worked April through October. And then we had between 15 and 18 part-time employees working down at the pier dock.
Where can the residents find that information?
Okay, well, why don't we do it in easier way? If you take the actual ending March 2020, and you take the compensation line, and you subtract the compensation that was shown, the 197. And you subtract, what was it, 47 and minus 13. You get down to 137, but that also, the 137 includes taxes and benefits. Okay?
Are there any other questions to the budget? Is there any opposition to approving the budget? Hearing none, the budget is approved. Ms. Lee, sorry, the membership report.
Hi, can everybody hear? Okay, great. Good evening, glad to see everybody here, and thank you for joining us. So we've waited a long time for this, and we're glad that everybody's together, regardless of where you stand on the issue. But we'd like to see all of you guys because we are one community, and it's not a who's winning and who's losing. I really hope that it's the whole community that wins. So I'd like to move. Hope we can move forward that way. My name is Sharon Lee. I live at 111 Ridge. I chair the membership committee with Tasalia, and I also am quality of life chair. Our committee is the neighborhood welcome wagon, and we encourage all members to be involved in the DMA. We want to thank our volunteers on our vaccine COVID check team, Mary and Kyla, and Pia, Bernadette. Okay, the check-in team is Antoinette, Aaron, Pat, and Bernadette. Yes. They were very enthusiastic and very well organized. We were running behind tonight, as everybody saw. Apologize for that. There's a lot of things to push into place. So thank you for your patience. Now, we have been hosting regular welcome meetings at committee members' houses before the pandemic. And when we shut down, we stopped doing that. And the past 2 years, we've had 43 houses change hands in the Manor. And that's a pretty typical volume, annual volume, believe it or not. And we're working on ways to give members better access to the DMA and the board so they can get their questions and concerns answered quickly and accurately. Now my co-chair, Tasalia, will tell you a little bit more about how we're doing that.
Thank you, Sharon. Good evening, everyone. My name is Tasalia Tasaran, and I live on Forest Road with my husband and 2 sons. I'm pleased to serve as co-chair on the membership committee. Thank you for attending tonight's annual meeting. A special thank you to my co-chair Sharon and my fellow directors for the hard work and commitment organizing this meeting. The membership committee is going to this show. We have moved away from paper welcome packets to electronic documents delivered via email. The committee is working hard to catch up with welcoming new members who haven't had the opportunity to welcome yet due to delays with COVID. If you moved the neighborhood in the past 2 years and haven't heard from the membership committee yet, please feel free to email the DMA to request copies of documents such as bylaws, deed restrictions, landmark information, and DMA rules and membership. The email address is office@dmanyc.org. That email address is also on our website, www.douglasmanor.org. We are also excited to share that we will be hosting a new member welcome party at the Douglaston Club in March. There will be more information coming. Sharon and I have enjoyed meeting many of our new residents, and we look forward to meeting with you. Thank you.
Thank you. is now being projected for you. If there are, I'll leave it up there. If there are any questions, please let me know. The secretary will record any questions and we'll forward them to the front. Are there any questions based on the projected report?
Just set up and get it there. You want his contract. Jay on his phone. I guess I'm weird. Zip. Zip.
Next, Mr. Schultz will present the grounds and memorial field report.
You don't know what's up there.
Good evening. Basically, you heard our problems with the groundskeeper this summer. We had Freddie working full-time. We hired a high school student for probably about 5 weeks between July and August. And we brought in one landscaping crews to cut Memorial Field and some of the other areas and keep maintaining the property. We advertised for a replacement for Segundo. We got 0 responses. It wasn't a question of payroll because we need to discuss payroll. Excuse me? He's not ready. So whoever the directors of the grounds will have to look to replace Segundo this season. If anybody has any suggestions, we'll be happy to take them. We could use college students during the summer. If you have a son that wants to work with the sun and make a little money. That's going to be hard with Freddie. Plus, they have to go a lot of heavy lifting.
Turn the lights out.
Questions arisen a number of times about Memorial Field and the question of dogs. The board debated the subject a year or so ago, and it remained that dogs would be allowed on Memorial Field, not in the playground area, not on the basketball courts, and all dog owners must adhere to New York City leash laws, and if there's a discussion on that, we can have it. And I'm a dog owner, but my dog doesn't go to Memorial Field. He's a little guy.
Male or female?
Another area that we had income from was movies, and because of the pandemic, the film companies have not gotten up to speed, so we have not had many requests for use. And again, when the film company comes in, they go to your house, they say, we want to film in your house for 5 days, we'll give you $10,000. They go to your neighbors and they make a deal, we'll borrow you, we'll use your driveway, we'll use this, we'll use the front of your house, we'll pay you a little money. After that, what happens, they go to the city, they get their permits for use of their streets, because the streets aren't ours to control. At that point, I would come hat in hand and say, how much of a donation do you give to the Manor? Depending on the film company, if it's a major production, they've got a bigger budget. If we're dealing with PBS or whatnot, they're as poor as church mice. I've got some that $500 was like, we don't have any money. I can't do anything about it. You can't do anything about it. Because it's a donation. It's not a fee that we can put on. That's basically the grounds, Memorial Field, and movies. Any questions? Yes.
Can we get the county, the city legislative body to pass an ordinance approving our role in this so that we have a legal right to try and get some...
I don't know what you're talking about. You don't have a right. You don't own the streets. You rented your house to a movie company. That's your business. Your neighbors collected a little money. What's our right? To be here and film? I don't know if the city can give us a right.
Protection money.
But I'm saying that, Jared, we have been successful over the years.
Oh, yeah.
I think it would be a good idea for all to send out a reminder to all, the whole neighborhood to say, if you do have a film at your house, you might want to remind them to call the DMA because they will pay, whether they pay $1,000 a day, whether they pay 500, or whether they pay 100.
They do,
Usually they're pretty good.
we're on the list of the film company, they do contact us, the location managers do contact us.
Some, but some don't.
Occasionally there's a breakdown, and I found out that there's a building going on around my corner, when I'm out walking the dog in the morning. So I go get the location manager. No, don't put it.
Hi, my name is Patty Rufino, 347 Grosvenor Street. We're talking about Memorial Field. There's a series of obviously bushes that are there, and they were planted, and they're all dead. Now, when were they planted? And obviously, most of the times that when you buy bushes and things like that, they have a year life expectancy or whatever, that you could actually, if they die, you can bring them back.
I agree with you.
Now, who's responsible for that?
I would turn this one over to the same, because those bushes were planted under the Memorial Field renovation, not under the DMA. And he did that with landscapers.
Sorry about that. Thanks, Patty. So they were, to answer your question one at a time, they were planted in the spring of 2020. It was, most of them were actually donated by a family member of the committee versus expenses incurred by the DMA or budget for that. The bushes should have been more indigenous, and they were not. The challenge is irrigation, right? And so they just died, obviously. We have not pursued a usual one-year guarantee. I don't know what the guarantee is, largely because it was donated most of my
My next question is, being that you've seen them like that, and sadly to say we went through the whole summer looking at them, why were they not removed?
Well, I don't know why they weren't removed, but we have no money to, if they're removed, to replace them.
Just
right?
remove them.
I remember there's an elevation drop in the bushes, and it drops down. I think the conversation was that we didn't want to remove them so somebody would fall going off the ledge.
Well, I'll give you another one. Let's say if somebody pushes against or runs against them and the sticks break and they can stick them somewhere else. I mean, they're a hazard either way. Sure.
Something.
I'm talking about liability issues, that it's an ideal situation. It's just a source, you know.
Well, the issue we have is if we do take them down, then we still have a liability against the safety servicing, and there is no monies to, in the budget, as you know, a couple of these petitions with the client, to reinstall these bushes. So we're going to have an attempt, once again, to encourage generosity in the community to support that.
Can you ask the DMA to donate?
Probably could. I don't know if they were obliged, we could always ask.
But that's definitely something that they should be able to do.
Thanks, Pat.
Any other questions?
I don't think there's any problem if there would be an ordinance saying that before any film company comes to the community, they consult with the Douglaston Association, who will be given at least 30 or 60 days notice. It's harmless, but it makes them understand that they have to come to the Douglaston Association and recognize their role. Nobody gets hurt, but I think it institutionalizes our role.
Okay, thank you very much. These two will now present the legal committee report.
Hi, I'm Marcia Sue. I'm the chair of the legal committee, and Joe French is the other member of the legal committee. So looking for other lawyers to join, if you'd like to join the legal committee. Reporting on debt collection, just wanted to remind you that the DMA bylaws, the limits and penalties are added to the dues, and they become a lien on the property. In addition, members are liable for attorney's fees and costs. We retained new outside counsel. The previous counsel that we were using was not very responsive, so we retained Schneider Buchel. They specialize in working with homeowners associations, primarily Long Island and Queens. They've been retained to handle all the arrears. So as of December 1st, summons and complaints were served on 2 homeowners, and actions to place a lien were commenced on 2 properties, and liens were actually reported on 3 properties. So that's the status of the work with outside counsel. Moving on, so Joe French, who cannot be here tonight, provided a summary of the lawsuit. The title page is at the top. His lawsuit was started in December 2020. It requested that an injunction against the DMA entering into the North Shore security contract and asked for a range of documents. Then later, other claims were added related to breach of fiduciary duties, allegations, conversion allegation against Jamie Sutherland relating to the contract, the North Shore contract, and expanded the document production request to 10 years. In May 21, the injunction was denied. In June 21, a motion was filed by the DMA to dismiss, and this was proposed by the plaintiffs. On advice of counsel, the DMA did not produce the full 10 years of documents sought during the litigation. And just recently, November 28th, DMA's motion to dismiss the complaints and all causes of action against the DMA, Mike Gannon and Jamie Sutherland were dismissed because the judge said the plaintiffs failed to establish sufficient factual basis and alleged only conclusory allegations requiring the dismissal of all causes of action based on breach of fiduciary duty, and they failed to establish the elements of conversion. The board is very pleased with this dismissal and the court's finding that across the board the plaintiffs failed on breach of cause of action. An appeal remains a possibility. Given the recent opinion, we hope that the plaintiffs decide not to appeal that. The case has been costly. As you heard, the deductible was $15,000. It was very time consuming and pricey.
Thank you for the report. Mrs. Hart is not able to attend. Her property report is being projected. If there are any questions, again, the secretary will be happy to record the questions, and we can ask Mrs. Hart for answers. Are there any questions?
Marcia, I have a question. Bernadette Kelly. How long do the plaintiffs have to appeal the case? So legally, does that mean the case is still active until after that 30 days?
It's dismissed.
There are 30 days to perfect the appeal.
No, 30 days to file a notice.
Right.
And 6 months after that.
Correct. Thank you. All right. 30 days to file.
Well, seeing no questions on the properties report, we will continue. Yes, please come to the microphone.
Phil Robinson, 6 Melrose Lane. I just want to ask Pat Andrea, not report the first letter she writes to a homeowner to LPC. Second letter, first letter, please no. Thank you. In when she writes a letter, she reports to LPC the first time. I'm asking that she writes the homeowner the first time without reporting LPC.
Are there
Good evening. In August of 2020, we sent out RFPs for the security bid. We also formed a 7-person security committee to assist with the process. After the RFP process was completed, we retained North Shore Security Services for a period of 1 year. Part of the reason was the ability to respond quickly to residents' needs and issues even in off hours. They maintain a local presence. They're all locally. Their guards are employed from the immediate neighborhood outside DMA. And they have responded to non-security needs on off hours such as down trees, wires, other hazards, post-storm events. The owner and the main guard have a lot of familiarity with the residents and local law enforcement and first responders, both of them being retired MOPD detectives. Significant events in the past year and a half. The owner of North Shore Security was involved in 2 different confrontations with homeless, emotionally disturbed persons on his own time at no cost to the DMA. I don't have the names of the 2 individuals. There was one incident down in Manor where 2 residents jumped in to help the owner of North Shore, who was about to get pummeled by a very violent person. July of 2020, approximately on the overnight, we had 3 vehicles that were all unlocked, were open, and contents rifled through. One vehicle with the ignition keys in the center console was actually stolen. It was only driven a couple of blocks away and recovered by the NYPD the next day. October of 2020, I had the pleasure of responding on Sunday afternoon to Shore Road on complaints related to a piñata resembling President Trump. In 25 years of law enforcement, that was one of my highlights. Spring and summer of this year, North Shore Security, working with NYPD Harvey Unit, was able to get what we affectionately call the SS Manor, which was abandoned down on Bayview and Douglas Road. We went through hoops and barrels with every agency, whether that be the Coast Guard, TEP, Environmental Protection. Finally able to locate a very sympathetic police officer from NYPD who got the job done. We did have a Mercedes-Benz SUV stolen from the driveway. My wife has the same car. I don't know how, if they copied the fob. The vehicle was taken. It was recovered within a week in the city of Philadelphia. My guess at the point when it was stolen and it was tracked over the Rogsnet Bridge onto the New Jersey Turnpike was that it was going to be on a ship at Port Newark, so each being found it. We had 3 unfortunate incidents, criminal mischief down the Manor field where I'm selling. One was a couple of, we don't know how many people, but on the overnight, somebody took one of the brand new socket nets and threw it into the water. There was no witnesses to it. On the following Monday, the owner of NSS and Freddie went down with a pickup truck, secured some lines onto it, pulled it back onto the grounds. There was no damage to it. It was just wet and the side that was a little dirty. The other 2 incidents involved kids smashing backboards on the basketball court. One of the incidents occurred over the weekend of 9/11. Again, there were no witnesses. The other incident occurred at around 5 p.m. on a weekday. One of our board members happened to be down in Memorial Field. There was photos taken of the subject. He was positively identified. He does not live in Manor, and Joe French sent a letter to his guardians that live right across the street from One Wisdom, and the father has made full restitution. We are working on the second incident. We're pending restitution for that matter. We had one incident of hubcaps being stolen from the vehicle, one incident of tires being slashed. Over the course of the last 6 months, we've had 3 incidents of residents and non-DMA residents acting in a disorderly manner, prompted a response from the security and additional calls to 911. 2 of the incidents were caught on dash cam from the security truck. We identified a couple of the individuals, one who lived right outside the Manor, a couple that lived in the Manor. The owner of NSS and myself approached the parents, and we were very delighted with the response from the parents. They took full responsibility, and that has been alleviated. And that's about it for security.
Is there any questions for security? Jane, come on over to the microphone.
I'm perplexed that in your report you did not describe to the community the fact that the North Shore security contract was in fact altered by Mr. Czar when he signed it on May 28, 2021. It was then sent to the DMA and it was signed, and Mr. Czar initialed those alterations in the contract. It was then sent to the DMA, as I understand. And you, Mr. Gannon, the office manager, signed it on June 6th. Can you explain how and why those rates were altered and what is being done about it?
Okay, are you asking me if I signed the contract that was
I'm
altered?
asking you how this transpired. That's my question.
I'm asking you if you are accusing me.
I'm not accusing you. I'm asking a simple question. Mr. Czar altered that contract. He then sent it to the DNA office. And you and Mr. Gannon and the office manager then signed that altered contract. You did not initial that alteration in the contract as is required by New York State law. But you signed the contract. And then it was only discovered because I was in the office in September, Marcia too was there, and she can acknowledge this. I asked to see the current security contract. It's a rather small, simple contract. I'm still asking my question. And so I saw the alteration. I went over to Marcia. I said, how did this happen? She said to me, I don't know. I saw it, and I asked Mr. Gannon, and he has not spoken. So that's what I know. So I'd like an explanation as to how this happened.
Okay, first off, do you have a witness anywhere in this room that observed me sign an altered contract?
Are you suggesting that you did not sign that contract?
I'm not suggesting, I'm telling you.
You didn't sign that contract?
I signed the contract that was not altered.
Well, that's very curious. That how on earth? Well, let me ask you something. I understood from Loretta, when I was in the office another time, I've been in the office 5 times for 3 hours and a shot. My time, I volunteered. I asked Loretta if the DMA was doing anything about this altered contract because Mr. Czar got the bid because of his lowest rates. Well, now his rates are not the lowest. So I asked Ms. Loretta, and she acknowledged that the DMA board, I believe it was Marshall drafted the letter and Loretta signed it, sent Mr. Czar a letter requesting the reimbursement of the differential between the original contract rates and the alternate rates. And then yesterday, Loretta told me that Mr. Czar sent her some DMA letter in which he said, I'm not paying it back, we'll discuss it in the board. So I want to understand how this, are you suggesting that when you signed that contract, there was no alteration of rates?
I am not suggesting, I am telling you that I signed an unaltered contract. When I
Well, we
received-
have a contract.
The contract was sent to me via email. I called Jamie Sutherland and asked her if we were going to get together to sign the contract in person. I was told because of Mike Gannon's health and COVID protocols, we were not. So I signed an unaltered contract in the presence of one witness, and she's sitting in the back of
Who was the one witness?
my wife, and we signed in my dining room.
Okay, good. All
I
right.
then contacted Jamie and said, what do you want me to do with the contract? She replied, can you drop it at the office? So, getting back to your initial, I was taught in 1984 by a really great law sergeant that anytime you sign your name to a document, if it gets changed either by a sergeant, a lieutenant, a district attorney, a judge, you will initial that change right next to your name. So I didn't, my initials are not on that document that you have, correct? So I didn't initial it, and I didn't sign an altered document. And, so being kind of anal, I went back and I said, you know what? I believe I remember exactly when I signed that contract. And I looked up the month of May. My wife and I were going to Key West, Florida on May 27th. I got the contract on May 25th. I had an appointment to get a haircut over on Bell Boulevard. Believe it or not, I still get haircuts. So I signed it in front of my wife, and on my way over to Bell Boulevard, I dropped it in the mailbox outside the DMA office, texted Jamie at 12:48 p.m. on May 25th and said, just put the signed copy of the security contract in the mailbox. She replied, okay, you can have a copy of it.
Thank you. Okay, I have one further question. In my review of the September 8th, 2021 DMA minutes, which I just you stated in your security. Okay. In my review of the September 8th, 2021 DMA meeting minutes, Mr. Devlin Sykes says, we discussed the increase in security costs due to the increase in insurance coverage. Discussion follows. No discussion followed. Then you leave at 8:20 at that meeting. Then the DMA board determines that the legal committee is to draft a letter to Mr. Zor asking for a refund for increases due to the extra insurance coverage. Letter to be sent to treasurer. So I'm surmising, I'm really trying to figure out how this all happened. And I think you, the residents, are too. So what was the discussion that you participated in on September 8th about the increase in cost due to insurance coverage? How did that relate to, why were you discussing that on September 8th after that contract had been signed and altered?
Because I received an email stating that Marcia Chu actually sent me an email on June 14th that the rates had been changed, unbeknownst to me. I called Mr. Saw to find out why the rates had been changed. I was told it was done subsequent to a discussion he had with Mike Gannon. The summer meetings, I was not available. The September 8th meeting, should be noted that I was sitting in my car in the parking lot. Well, I was not there on a Zoom. I was on a Zoom call in the parking lot of Abe Stark Ice Arena in Brooklyn, New York. My son was trying out for his travel team. He has. So, discussion came up about the altered rates, and I had to go back into the post tryouts, which I did. And I found out the next day from Mr. Gannon what the board's decision was about Mr. Saw paying back the increase.
Did Mr. Gannon explain to you that he agreed with Mr. Zorn that the rates could be altered because of this increase in insurance coverage?
I did not ask Mr. Gannon that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Simple question, are you going to take this?
What is your name?
Julio, I've only been up here 5 times. 3, 5.
Who are you?
I'll tell you, the question was, are you going to replace the backboards?
With
Something other than
fiberglass, that won't shatter.
I will turn that over to Mr. Kissing.
Thank you for that. The committee is going to replace the backboards with the same backboards. The intention of the committee early on was for 2 purposes. These are state-of-the-art backboards. We have, without malfeasance, have warranties on them. They're aesthetically pleasing. They fit within the neighborhood because they're clear. We wanted to avoid a sort of city park. I love city parks, but a city park sort of dimension to this, and that's why we wanted to clear that. Thanks.
Mr. Devlin, or the last speaker. Just to be clear, the price that was given by North Shore as part of its bid, that was the price that was initially put on its contract, correct?
Correct.
And then that was altered to a higher amount.
Correct.
Who altered it?
I believe, according to the paperwork, Mr. Saar altered that after a conversation he had with Mr. Gannon.
Okay. And that was allegedly for an increase in insurance?
Yes, that's my understanding.
But when the other companies submitted their bids to this board, their bids included $20 million of coverage, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So everybody knew the insurance requirements when they submitted their bids.
When Mr. Saar submitted his initial bid, it was not $20 million worth of insurance.
What was it?
I don't have the paperwork.
Correct. He did not, in his initial bid, have $20 million in insurance. But the other 2 companies that submitted proposals to you did.
Yes.
Right. So why did you select Mr. Saar's company if you knew he was underinsured?
I did not make the sole decision. There were 7 people on the committee, you being one of them.
Correct. The 7 people that were on the committee included yourself, Mr. Gannon, who was involved in the altered contract, right? Mr. Starsik, who's sitting on the board, Mr. French, and Ms. Warren, correct? Correct?
Peter,
Peter Angelo. Now, 3 of those members during the interview process indicated, when we discussed on that committee which company to hire or to recommend to the DMA, 3 of the members made the following comments, correct? One of them said that this is Mr. Saar's sole source of income. And that was something that weighed heavily on their determination to select North Shore. Another one said Mr. Saar was a really good guy. And a third said it's not the Christian thing to do.
It sounds like a cross-examination in a courtroom.
My question is this: is that the appropriate criteria by which to select a security company for our neighborhood?
my reasoning for voting has been clearly stated. They're a local company, they employ local and retired law enforcement. I did not make any statements about Christianity. There was a vote taken, 7 people. You walked out without submitting your vote, and then it went to the board.
Correct. For clarity, when 4 of the 7 already voted for North Shore, my vote was irrelevant, right?
Okay, so is there a question?
So, yes, the other question is this. You had 2 very lengthy proposals from 2 independent security companies that were submitted to you. Mr. Saar submitted a 4-page document that essentially highlighted his knowledge of the neighborhood and his association or good relations with the 111 precinct, as if the 111 precinct wouldn't come to our neighborhood unless he was given the contract. But nevertheless, those other 2 proposals contain items that were not proposed by Mr. Saar. Isn't that right? Yes. All right, so one of them...
And I'm sorry, but your time is up. Because I don't yield time. You don't yield time, I'm sorry.
I'd like to know the answers to this.
I think that the security issue is an important issue in these elections.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Somebody else is coming to the microphone.
So hi, I'm Antoinette Graham, 22 Little Neck Road. So first of all, thank you. You're unpaid volunteers. Cross-examination of a person who's a regular person. He's not a lawyer, he's no longer a police officer, and this is just not indicative of this community. So Kevin, thank you. You know, just get up and spew whatever we want, no questions.
Should be asking questions.
That wasn't a question. I forgot my question. So, Kevin, can you explain to some people in the community that seems to think that the DMA and the security company, what can they and cannot do when they come across some security issue?
DMA,
Question, can you explain?
North Shore Security is exactly what it sounds like. It's a it's an unarmed security company, as is Allied Universal and Securitas, who were the other 2 bidders. Unarmed security cannot make traffic stops. They cannot throw people physically out of areas. They cannot, under no circumstances, issue a summons for drinking in public, trespassing, smoking marijuana, or any other violation, which some people think security companies can. The only people that can issue summonses for violations of the New York City Administrative Code, or the New York State Penal Law for that matter, are sworn law enforcement officers, or in the case of New York City Parks Department property, a Parks Enforcement Patrol officer. If it had been otherwise, between myself, Jimmy Derby, and Ron Saar, we have over 75 years of law enforcement experience. I would have been the first one in the 111 precinct signing out a book of summonses. But those days are long over. And as of maybe a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, most of the quality of life violations that we have issues with in this neighborhood have been deemed non-enforceable by the mayor and therefore the police commissioner of the city of New York. Police officers now are told not to engage people. Marijuana is legal. You see somebody drinking in public, urinating in public, jumping in turnstile, you are told to look the other way. The 111 precinct is understaffed. Myself and Ron Saar had both asked for police coverage tonight. We had asked for either a community affairs officer or a radio car to be stationed outside. They are woefully, because it's a community affairs project. I've gone to meetings over in Deepdale Village, they always have community affairs people. They've actually had the commanding officer, but that was pre-COVID. We try as best as we can to get police coverage when needed. During the summer, we'll ask on 4th of July to increase the coverage. Our security stops at 2 a.m. You have the radio call pass through from 2 to 6. We're lucky we are in the second safest precinct in the city of New York, other than the 1, 2, 3 precinct in Staten Island. It's unfortunate that we do have larcenies. It's unfortunate that we do have criminal mischief to vehicles and to our property. But we try really hard to keep on top of it.
To be clear, I will be as impartial as I can be. I have allowed both sides of issues to talk extensively before getting to a question. It is impossible for me to know before a speaker ends if there'll be a question. I can identify if we're going off the rails and asking the wrong people the wrong things, but I can't, and for me to sit after the fact of, you really shouldn't have done this, only wastes time. You guys have a lot of business to get to, and one thing I'm sure of is that at 11:45, they're going to kick us out of this building. So if you want to get to your business, I would kind of focus on that. If you want to keep asking questions that you obviously know the answers to, then go ahead. You have a second round and you can make questions. Provided nobody else who has not spoken would like this.
Thank you. Mr. Douglas, you indicated that while the security cannot issue summonses and pull people over and do things of that nature, which I think everybody in this room understands, they're not police officers. But the 2 proposals that were given by the other companies that were not North Shore indicated to all of us in that committee that the professional uniforms and the vehicles and the equipment used by their personnel did give a more authoritative presence, right? And usually that results in a better control of the situation when they approach third parties. When Mr. Sarr came to the interview, he indicated that he had plain clothes and he was still driving a regular vehicle at that point in time. Did that play a factor in your determination of who to choose?
No.
Why not?
When I was asked to become the security chair for DMA, I didn't lobby for this job. I was on vacation in Europe when I was asked to take this job. And my wife kicks me every so often and says, "What did you do?" My 3 goals, and I think I said this at the first meeting that I attended, was 1, to get rid of that diesel monster truck. Mission accomplished. 2, to get younger security guards. A lot of people had a lot of problems with Rick. Mission accomplished. 3, to establish better communications with not only the DMA, not only incidents that are involved in the DMA, but incidents that are involved outside the 111 precinct, which God knows, my wife can tell you, I still have an app on my phone called 5 and I listen to NYPD's radio. So the fact that Securitas and United Allied
Was it United Allied? Was that it?
Allied Universal, it's now United Allied. They are now the 5th largest employer in the United States. I know because they took over the company I was previously working with. Bigger isn't always better, in my opinion. And you will witness that we asked the representative from Securitas, if your guy is coming from Manhattan or the Bronx, and it's 12 inches of snow, he's not coming.
No, that's what I believe you said. He said they had over 100 employees and they could find a replacement and no problem. Right?
Point of order.
All right, with respect to the other ideas that were put forth by Epic and Securitas, using surveillance in common areas to help them monitor the neighborhood, that wasn't an idea did you bring that idea to the DMA board? Did you tell them that was something that those two companies also said was an inexpensive way to monitor the neighborhood?
Yes, and there has
North Shore
been,
done that?
North Shore has it, I have it,
Where?
on the barn, and I'm in the process of having 2 cameras put up on the entrance to the dock.
Was that pursuant to the ideas that the new security companies gave you?
No.
Isn't it true that the judge found that the decision to retain North Shore Security was a proper exercise of business judgment in the lawsuit filed by Mr. Douglaston?
Yes, Casey.
Yes, thank you.
John House, 330 Ridge Road. Yeah. And I'm listening to this, and I see a problem. All the people that sit on the board, you guys have meetings, and you decide things that we as members of the community place in I'm sitting here listening, and I have a problem because you guys are volunteers. You sit on committees. You make decisions that we as the members of this community have placed you in this position. And you voluntarily have taken this position. Now, I'm hearing you now. When this security issue has been going on for years. I remember meetings, the last couple of meetings when they actually had them, there was questions. When the visit comes up, how do you do it? You got 7 people on the board, on the committee. You took in bids from a number of companies. You discussed it amongst yourself. Then, do you vote on it? Do you vote on it? Is it
Yes, the security committee, as I alluded to, 7 individuals, we made our recommendations to the full board.
Okay, so actually, you voted on it, and it was a vote. Anybody had to say, yes, no, so that was approved.
Yes.
So, being a member here, I have to put faith in what you guys are doing. I can't be there all the time, I don't want to be there all the time. If we were here behind us here, we should respect what we do. We can have a disagreement. Discuss it. You know, go back over something that's happened a number of years ago. I don't know, I'm just trying to talk time with it.
And I will say that, at the outset, I stated North Shore was awarded a 1-year contract. That contract is coming up for reevaluation in spring, I believe in June. May, okay. So there will be new RFP put out, and before the contract expired. So anybody who is familiar with any other security companies, if you can recommend somebody, I appreciate it. Travis knows I had an inordinate problem. I could not believe the amount of problems I had trying to get RFPs from security companies. This was at the height of the pandemic. The company that I previously worked for called me up and asked me if I wanted to work a 12-hour shift in Manhattan and get paid $75 an hour, which is unheard of. I promptly turned them down. The security companies could not fill the spots that they were asked to fill. So if anybody knows of any companies coming up Please share that with me.
Kevin, isn't it true that the North Shore security contract ends on March 2nd, 2022? It was not a full year contract. And
The answer to your question is yes.
I said, yeah, okay. And isn't it true that pursuant to the terms of the contract, it cannot be renewed unless both parties mutually agree?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, seeing no more questions, we're going to move on to Mrs. Thompson, who will now present the communication.
Okay, so I'm going to go in reverse order of my slides. Oh, Pete Thompson, 230 Grosvenor, and McMahon's house. It's the one with all the scaffolding right now, and the roof being replaced. We created a communications chair and committee roles and responsibilities. I'm a little bit of a pet peeve about making sure I know what I'm jumping into. Clearly, I didn't know what I was getting into when I did this job. The roles and responsibilities include what time commitments we expect a committee member to make on a weekly basis, and what the chairperson's time commitment should be. So that when you want to volunteer, and we're going to do this across all the committees, but when you want to volunteer, you at least know more or less what you're signing up for. So that's done, and I'll get back to that, how you're going to know about the details in the committees when I get to the top of the list. So I am responsible for the weekly newsletter. I do have people who review it pretty much every week before we hit send. But we are trying as much as possible to put out a newsletter every week to give you updates on what's going on. If you have something that you want to be included in the weekly newsletter, you have to get it to me by noon on Thursday. It goes to the office, but you can CC my personal email address until we go through our digital transformation, which I will get to also. You're now responsible for registering on your own. You can't call the office and say, sign me up. We're trying to reduce manual efforts as much as possible. So the way you do that is you go to the website. On the main page in the upper right-hand corner, there is a link where you can sign up and get to the newsletter. When you sign up, you will be required to enter first name, last name, home address, and phone number for us to reach you. Okay? It's not because we want to stalk you, it's because we want to confirm that you're a member of the association and that you're allowed to see our communications. Because we are a private association, our information is not public. Right? It's only for members. We've done, since I've been on the board, we've done 2 Manor Matters, one in the spring and fall of 2021, the printed one that comes to your mailbox. And again, self-service on your website, newsletter communications. For those of you who know me, I've been in technology my entire career. And if you've been watching me since we started tonight, I've been mired in papers. We can't do that anymore. Too many errors happen when it's manual work. So I'm championing and will continue to do, if I'm part of the new board, to ensure that we go for a digital transformation. That will be including a new website where there'll be publicly available pages for information that's kind of general knowledge, as well as pages that are locked down, where only members who are active and paid members can see the content. So things like when we change the bylaws, right now you can't get the bylaws unless you call the office, right? And that requires somebody to locate a printed copy and either you pick it up or we hand deliver it to you. What should happen is the bylaws should have a digital copy on the website, and only members who are paid members actually can download a copy. We can't do it with the website we have now, and so there's a bunch of other things that I want to do with the website, but that's part of the digital transformation. So I'm gonna need your cooperation when we ask you to do things in a self-service manner so that we can move out of this paperwork. So I'm hoping everybody will be okay with that. So does anybody have any questions? Yes?
Can we make the newsletter once a month and emergencies, like you have to post it? Because a lot of times it's like repetition.
It is, it is. You want me to read Well, unless you get voted in, and there's only one, there should really be only one board member. He said,
Can we get more timely information about
Send that to me. So she asked for more timely information on crimes or issues in the neighborhood. So the challenge is that it's a timing issue with when it comes to me finally, and then I have to get it vetted by security so that they have to go and validate that just because a neighbor says, oh, my car was broken into, doesn't mean we should be emailing that out to the whole neighborhood, right? We have to verify that there's an actual crime. It's not an instantaneous thing, right? I don't sit at my computer, even on the technology, I don't sit at my computer all day long waiting for emails to come in. But he doesn't do the newsletter. So it's cooperation between board members.
In the past, two events that have come to my knowledge in the past month, we verified with the 111 precinct that there was an actual larceny from a vehicle and that property was removed from the vehicle. I asked if the homeowner, if there were any cameras, if anything could be shared, gave no response. The other incident happened same, it was the morning of November 9th. It was the morning of November 9th into November 10th at approximately 4 a.m. The other homeowner contacted Peter forwarded to me. And I will apologize publicly because the email that the information was sent to was the email from my previous employer, which they took their computer back and told me we were going to replace it. Since I'm only a consultant, they haven't replaced it. So I didn't get the initial notifications. As soon as I did, I was down in Daytona Beach with my son, looking at colleges, and I acted on both of them. But as soon as I get notified, like I said, if there's something happening during the day, if I'm out running and I see an NYPD helicopter, the first thing I'm doing is I'm calling the 111 and I'm getting on that 50 app and saying, I listen to the Special Operations Division to figure out what's going on. But if anybody, if there's a crime committed, I'm more than happy to go to the person's house.
That's on our master plan, we can notify the person.
Oh, yeah. I will.
It's better if we rather than
Okay, I think they've heard, you'll take it under advisement, and they will move forward with it. Are there any other questions?
Just wanted to add your feet on 347 Grosvenor. My question is basically, do you have a set protocol? Let's say if something does happen in the neighborhood. I know we have the newsletter a lot of times by the time you get to Pia or the next wife. The question for you, from me to you is, can you set some kind of precedent of having a protocol where if something does happen here, if they can't get to the office at DM, wherever, there has to be some kind of protocol that you can follow, whether you're using security or like you said, I'm looking up and I see a helicopter. If we have something like that in place, I think it would at least ease the people's mind here, so we're not running around saying, oh my God, this happened 10 days ago. Can you set a protocol for that? I think that would make it easier. we start doing texting with each other, and we basically say, can you tell us, next person?
All right. Are there any other questions for communications? They have heard your suggestions. They will certainly review and take those under advisement. I am not aware of any unfinished business. Is there any unfinished business that I should be aware of? Okay, seeing none, we will start our new business. The first order of our new business will be the election of the Board of Directors. Each owner or resident shall be able to vote, and please pay careful attention when you vote. On the class of 2024, you may vote for up to 5 candidates. If you vote for more than 5 candidates, your ballot will be disqualified for that election. You may vote for less than 5. For the class of 2023, the same rule holds true. For the class of 2022, in kind of foregone conclusion, you have 1 vote, 1 person. I think that one's pretty easy. As the tellers come around, proxy holders are going to need to let them know that they hold proxy. I'm going to read, guys, please. I'm going to read off the number of proxies each person is entitled to. If somebody has given you a proxy but has voted on their proxy, you need to vote their votes. If you have a blank proxy where they say you can go ahead and vote however you want, then you can vote however you want. When you come to the microphone, we have to
Somebody asked for instructions on how to fill out the ballot, whether you want to check mark, circle, it matters.
when you're looking at the ballots, you need to check who you are for. You can choose who you're against, it doesn't matter. What we're counting is who you are for. You can put an X in the box, you can color in the box, circle the name. So circle the name.
Stand, so we know who they are.
Sure.
So your photo, Peter.
Not all here. Okay, from the class of 2024, I will read out the names. If you are here, please stand. Mike Gannon, we know is not here. Andrea Hart, Sharon Lee. These are the check-in, I think you all know. Rita Thompson, Patty Rufino, Chris Vilas, Barbara, thank you, and James Stewart. That is the class of 2024. Your class of 2023. Cesalia De Saram, Joe French, Vinnie Burano, Mike DeFonso. I really apologize for my butchering of everybody's name. Mary Sweetie, Mike Hassan, Aris. Thank you. Thank you. Yes. And class 22 is Aaron Benson. Okay. Those are your candidates. Again, please circle the names. When you are ready, the following people have proxies. Antoinette has 1. Barbara has 1. James Stewart has 101. John Deeks has 1. John Patella has 2. John Kawasama has 2. Kathy St. has 1. Loretta Kennedy has 1. Mary Sweeney has 1. Mark Forcasiero has 2. Mark Silver has 1. Megan Brannigan has 1. Patricia Dornfeld has 1. Peter Gerger, yes, thank you, has 2. Tia Thompson has 2. Sharon Lee has 1. Tom has 1. And Marcia Singh has 112. Tell us what you'd like to be. Come to the microphone. I'm happy to answer your questions. I'm not here to be a
He's not.
Stop talking. I got it. You don't let me get an answer out. You just keep asking and you don't get your answer.
What was the question?
She would like to know why she does not have the number she believes she should have.
You didn't give me a number, or?
I did. I just didn't have.
I did not.
Thank you. Yes, I said it. Okay. Tia Thompson has a list that he wishes to address this moment. So she will be able to tell you exactly
Right there,
No, he's not. This is coming to the sheriff's lady over there.
I can't sit anymore.
Chief.
Ladies and gentlemen, you can hear me? Feel free to turn in all three ballots, class of 2024, 23, and 2022.
No classes, don't get no classes. Anybody want to borrow one? One? I just want to say something. Guys, it's just as noisy.
Nobody's yelled
One time we were marketing, I could shut down the
Barely getting a signal.
No, right?
Nothing. No. We're in a bunker.
I'm like, how did I get an email that replied me? I gave my
We're in the summer. Yeah, we saw it. There's windows here.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give Tracy your attention. Thank you.
It's all right. Listen to her. Well, looks like she'll squeeze your cheeks if it hurts. That's it. She said it.
This is all on video.
So I have a motion that I think should be unanimous, there could be such a thing. So I'm really keeping that across, but I have to say, it's non-controversial and everybody can get the concept. Okay, so I'm making a motion. I move that the board pass a
resolution proclaiming an appropriate date to be determined, Mike Gannon Day. Recognizing Mike's committed contributions he's made to DMA and the community at large over the course of his lifetime, and that an appropriate celebration in Mike's honor be held on that day, Gannon Day. My motion is based on the highlights of Mike's many contributions. Mike first joined the DMA board in 2011 and became president in 2014. After a one-year hiatus, Mike rejoined the board as president in 2019. Mike recently stepped down as president due to his health issues.
Make a motion.
I'm giving support. Thank you. Among his many achievements as president, Mike secured $10 million in funding for and then led the massive Shore Road reconstruction project. He also secured $210,000 for the construction of a timber guide rail along Shore Road and then an additional $5 million in funding for rebuilding the seawall. By bringing in these funds, Mike has literally saved the community multiple millions of dollars. Mike has also been a dedicated member of the Historical Society since its inception 30 years ago and served as a board member for many years. He has also served until recently as chair of the Archive Committee of the Historical Society. He's been a longtime member and board director of the DMA, the Environmental Association. This week it's announced that the DMA, in partnership with Save the Sound, received a $605,000 grant for the Big Rock Wetland Restoration Project, a 7-acre site north of Memorial Field that is owned by the DMA. This grant will be used to stabilize the wetlands in this area and help prevent the flooding of Memorial Field, among other things. Mike worked tirelessly on this project alongside James Sutherland and Kevin Wolf, who played a key role in securing this funding. Mike has also been a longtime member of the Garden Club. And last but not least, especially this time of year, Mike and his wife Lisa have donated their time to string up lights at the dock for the holiday season, and in doing so have brightened the dark winter nights for all of us. For all of these reasons, I make my motion for the creation of a Mike Gannon Day for the appropriate celebration.
Will you second my acclamation, AKA? So that he'll have the words for the minutes, and we will be in recess until they are done counting this vote. So now's the time to shy away.
So you shut us up.
Are we voting?
No, it's everybody it's in the past. Yeah, shut this down. I have no idea why.
But I don't understand how you get that vote. You didn't ask for a vote against it.
Did he do it? And he started clapping. Yeah. Well, like this is a question. Nice to see you too. No. I mean, it's pretty important things, so I was finding myself here. I just thought, and I had this like it's not college. And she said, I think you introduced Mr. Robinson. And I want it's my uncle's house. Yes, I'll say this. I want $15,000. You know what? This long I have to go out to dinner. Why not? My son is really into things people really but back then, this was easy. And first my second house was, my second house is I moved 3 times. And I moved to one house, and then moved to the house I lived in. And then
problem with the kids is that they Their immune systems.
Phil,
I'm double vaccinated, you're double vaccinated, maybe you even got a booster. You can transmit the virus. So there's shit means nothing. It's not science based, it's political. This whole thing is political. The difference is, you know this, you're going to tell someone, you're 6-year-old parent. You're right, but you might have it, not even know you might not have the symptoms either. No, it's the vaccinated. Absolutely. And then the other thing too is, so, because I actually, this is like a really tough thing for me, because I have fiduciary responsibilities. I gotta tell you, we gotta tell these people they can't do it. So it hurts me, but I'm hurting my own self. How can you do it? You know what I mean? But I tell you, why is everybody disregarding one thing? My whole family, including myself, had COVID. I had it. Why does that not work? Why is it? My kids all had it. They completely disregard it. It's not, they're following science only to a certain level. Once we hit that level, then we stop following the science. And that's where it's bullshit.
The other thing too is, if you're an 85-year-old person, you should know better than to hang out for 5 years. You should know just simply because you're 100% right. That's the gift. Like, as adults, we're allowed to take accountability for our actions. A 5-year-old has none of that. They don't have any rights, right? So like, hey, if I'm like 60, I'm 60, but if I was 75, 80, and I had a concern, I would stay clear of a child. Just because I know children. Children are, you know, he can have a flu virus that can kill you. Just use your common sense. Wear a mask, wash your hands, all those things. But the child, to inoculate a child with a fairly brand new vaccine and a new method of vaccination, it's kind of irresponsible. I feel like,
Honestly, everybody's entitled to do whatever they want to do. I have doctor friends that live in the neighborhood, and half of them are okay with giving their kids it, and half of them are not. That's already enough of a discrepancy for me to say, I'm going to wait, especially knowing that my kids had COVID. They survived it, nothing happened to them, and they have antibodies. Why would I do it? You know what I mean?
It's very rare for kids, 5 or 6 years old, to get really ill from it. It does happen. It's rare. The problem is that they're asymptomatic and they can spread it without even knowing they have it. That's the problem. But
again,
it's irresponsible for de Blasio 1 month out of leaving fucking work. He's leaving.
Yeah, for 3 days. He's got what, 4 days?
The mayor is coming. What kind of bullshit is that? You have no right to do this. If I was Adams, I would have went to, if I was Adams, I would have went to say,
Timing is like insane. Timing is insane. I'm actually okay with the. I'm not 100% okay, but so years old, 13. I mean, I'm not a fan of it because
it's kind of funny. My 18-year-old, when she was 17, came home one day and said, I got vaccinated in Penn Station. I went, what? She said, I want to go to my graduation. She made a choice herself. Good for her. My 15-year-old said the same thing and did the same thing. Right? I mean, Michael said, I want to be able to do these swim meets. I need to be vaccinated. His judgment. But it's a world of difference with my 5-year-olds. You know, like, Wilson came toddling up to me and said, I want to get a shot. I bet I think any 5-year-old would ever want a shot regardless. But I mean, like, I think there's, you know,
so it's not, you know, people say, they have the measles on, they have the chicks on, it's not the same. How's everything? It's not the same.
How about you?
It's funny, I was going to tell you
there was no way they're going to get to this. They got to get out of here before the 12.
What is that?
These are all the motions. First of all, they have to be motion. This is stupid. They should be doing this right now. So why they not? Why? I don't know why. If they're having arguments about the votes, they have to take it out.
They should be each year in a different box.
Yeah.
No, to separate.
No, this is
That's it. That's a good one.
Hey, how are you? Nice to see you. Good job on everything you did. I gotta say.
Now it's just like right now with all the cross agreements dragged everybody. I didn't say nothing.
Did I just sit this?
There's discrepancy in the financial plans. Discrepancy in
Well, you know what?
Just acknowledge it on the record.
Finance force, you know, if you're good wines,
There's a discrepancy. How do you work? I want to understand. We approved that. Listen, I gotta be honest with you, I'm not but she's wrong. I don't like what she's doing. I know it's like the level I don't like
I can't stay awake another fucking 5. Hey, this ain't getting, I sent in the I don't know you didn't come. No, I did. You need the proxy. And I said, look, I didn't know you were going to come. Me too. And then I said, I don't want to.
I was first on the Brazilian side. Yeah. You don't know this side. Let's go. His brothers.
Last name is they never leveled the pitch. And he made a very good point. But he can't sometimes you don't make something.
The one New York team that's doing well.
This guy's got 5-1.
That guy's not a level bit. That's New York City.
I'm less concerned about the rigging. I'm less concerned about the bid rigging. I'm more concerned about you just approve the budget and there's discrepancies on it. You clear as day just said I came in as discrepancy. We're gonna figure it out. How do you prove it? We're all volunteers. We approve it.
Okay, how did the auditors sign off?
Where's the details?
What are the details?
That's why they need to change. Their needs are changing. Regardless, who's trying to I don't want to sell
Alan Molly, I'm trying to think what it's called.
I'm leaving. I can't stay. There's no way. You have time tomorrow? Friday? On the phone? I don't even. At the end of the day, sleep with the bowling. It's normal. You'll be ruled at those times. They want to re-inspect. Try to do one or two things.
How about this? My nephew used to play soccer. My brother had Colombia. Gino Fazio Day.
When we started this meeting, I told you don't build things out prematurely. When we had this election, I told you to turn in your ballot for the class of 2024, 2023, and 2022. Some people chose to vote their other ballots and turn those in. If you are one of those people, you should go out to the desk and reclaim your ballot. Because people who dropped off ballots and have left, those ballots will be destroyed. They are not valid votes. So if you are here, and you would like to
this guy's from Germany.
I think it's going to be because
the good ones came out.
It's going to help a little bit.
I hope so.
I still understand how that bylaw change, like the naming term, is even a legit, like how you can even put it in. I just don't understand. is that all? Like, I'd like to listen to that. I'd like to have the American government and the U.S. government do something too. Right. Right, exactly. Go ahead, figure out it. Send John down to the doctor. By the way, you can't run a JSA program without a club. So even if they wanted, they would lose the ability to sail anywhere other than organic. Because to be a member of the JSA, you have to be. You have to have a club on the north or south shore of Long Island.
I agree, that's fine. I agree with what you're saying. In the end, it might not be the worst thing in the world to give up.
But the problem is that the kids had that discussion.
It might not be the worst thing in the world because you know, I think we lose a lot of John on that. And I don't know if it's worth it.
I mean, for the club, it would, but in terms of the kids, it'd be the worst thing for those kids.
I agree with you on that.
Lose the ability to sail on the clubs. Yeah, I've seen you with that. That would be the problem. You can't fish behind it.
It's like anytime you want to do something, you know, it's one way or the other, you get affected negatively.
So, I mean, this is I just want to thank people, members of our club. Make sure. Hey, we got a new one. We did. Someone just he's supposed to just want a 41-foot sailboat bringing it into the deck.
Thank you very much. Is there any
That's nice. Joining the club because of the freedom. So it all works out. Yeah, he asked me to sponsor. They made this motion.
Is it fucking working? Right, thank you. It's working. That's like 4. This whole thing is oh, you're right about those. Yes, it is. Best thing you're doing. I don't know. I'm waiting for my daughter who's counting out.
She's in there?
Yeah, and I'll take her home. That's why I came down. I was at the club. This guy empty. There's a real table. You know, it's like everybody's here. My son's down from Montreal. My wife flew to Montreal. Coming back tomorrow, so she could meet my grandson's freaking show at Buckley at 10 o'clock. It's like, what did you say? That's my grandson.
That's the reason what you do for grandkids.
Not me. I'm so sorry to say that.
Well, okay.
You know what, Bill? I tell it like it is. I married the most unselfish woman in the world, and I'm the most selfish person in the world. The opposite.
That's true. It works. It obviously works.
Yes. It's good for you. The most giving person, most selfish people are the most needy. Yes. Well, you know what? Allie, I'll take physical therapists. They just retreat. They marry. They work with physical handicap.
You have to take all the motions and put you forward for.
Oh, God, yeah. I did. That I can do. Plus in the front.
Yeah, because I think you just made your point.
No, thank you.
Got everyone involved. Good to see you. That's the problem. I'll see you. See you, bro.
That'll be nice. Good seeing you.
No.
That's a pretty,
it's about 2 years old.
Adjust your rates, that kind of thing. I'm here, so, construction company has been fireplace and application company. Now they freak it up and buy out like 15 minutes. Not too heavy. And like, the more bands I had, a little.
When we get to the K McDermott stuff, I talked to the farm too, we're gonna limit the bait. You can't listen to the fucking. This is the one that wants us to very people want to for.
Yeah, this is.
Charge.
Please think it back. I can't wait. It's like kind of like get over it.
Couldn't we let them do the launch service and just use our sander at it? Or no?
I thought for the 2 for 20.
You have a real operation, you have real people, they don't have a want to do it. You know how they handle it.
They gave us the launch service in 1941 because during World War II, the launch driver was a German national. He was not allowed to use his captain's license during World War II. So the German for World War II. So they gave the launch service and asked them to take it over. That's when we took over. I've asked them for 5 presidents.
But they're beautiful dogs.
They don't want to back. We lose money. We operate really clean. They have to buy 150, 200,000 equipment. And we should just got a new member. Okay.
Orangey yellow type of coloration.
No, home run is big. That's 4 people.
That's great.
That's strong. So what is that? 24, 25, 26, $31,000 plus dues, minimums, and all that other stuff. It's a lot more than we ever used to get in. We used to get what, 16,000, 13,000 a year. That was a home run. It's real. We're gonna make the point guard great. Talk to Sal, make, before we open in February, we'll make it just like the inside. I apologize, I just can't breathe this fucking thing. It's a longer stuff out of Manor.
I'm gonna tell you right now, I very rarely use it.
You guys are like 4 nights a week. I don't think I've been to the club. We go on to a No, I haven't.
I'm already here for the next 1 week.
You're so lucky. They're going to drag this thing out. It's over. This is. They're going to drag this out.
He graduates this year. He's a freshman.
25 minutes.
Linda and I were at the
Team of Garage Solutions, which is the last one. Solutions I'm last time we were here as far as I don't like it. I had a very good talk to him. He's smart. Where's she at? Yes. Monday she should be out there.
Exactly the right way. No.
This year's better.
He's going to
Also, it's we can serve 14-year-old.
It's now double yeah, I had that thing with my computer where I realized, no, you cannot take dinner to your
Yeah, I was watching it. Okay, I'll take that. Check.
On the way out. Also, even in politics, so they, I was talking to a friend like conversation. I know, but I love about the meeting. I don't want to say things like, it's 1 o'clock. I don't trust the order because it wasn't just right. So when he's out, now Trump goes to the shot, and she's like, oh, the singer. She's seen the shot. Otherwise, anyone's supposed to have any faith. When your person says, don't get it, let me sit there. It's a different time.
They recognize how much
I'm assuming so.
Hey guys, you being recorded?
I know.
I was just going to say, every evil thing you could say now could really mislead the thing. Doing okay. Busy with true. I guess that's better. You get it right. There's a discrepancy. I said they won't get there. You're on the job. They may do a motion to record. Just help us say. I got it. All day. They have to bring Tuesday night. Is it discrepancy? It's not. I will show you. One is the morning
That doesn't mean that they're on your side. Those are the ones that you let's say you love James, right? You couldn't be here, you put it in. Right. So it's not 112 off them. The room, I think, is sometimes
the room is definitely.
But usually, at meetings like this, angry show up. Okay? That's like they do for this shit. It doesn't seem like it's that much. I think people are angry. Facebook shit has been going on. Like,
Especially someone's like 60 years old. You know.
And then everyone's pulling them out on it too.
And they had to buy like a burner phone to do it.
Right.
Because they have to use a phone house. So they had to buy like big burner phones. I mean, pretty big shit. I think she was in 2 weeks ago.
I'm surprised Bobby didn't show up. Bobby.
No. Him and Becky fight over this all the time. He wants to get the key.
He's on the gate side.
Plus he hates the DMA.
Right.
And but Becky loves the DMA.
Right.
I don't know which is the bigger driving force. Jack and Bobby are probably like
Jack.
This is really a civil war.
It was so funny because I was really tempted to call back and say, you need to come to the club and pick up your husband after the awards and everything. Because I don't know how
You two were there forever. You were the last two.
I
said goodbye to you an hour later. I said goodbye to you again.
To get home, and of course, like, it's the dumbest question you could ever ask someone you know isn't okay to get. You know, like, I'm thinking to myself, I'm being really fucking irresponsible. You know, I don't know if I would kill me if I called it back here, 12:30 at night. So,
it wouldn't help.
Right.
Becky kill you first.
Pray for waking her up. Right. I'm also have a strange feeling that Bobby is able to get from A to Z. And it puts the roads where it is.
3 block drive. I used to find Flanagan in the bushes. He didn't walk home. Well, towards white. And I find him in the bushes next to the temple. He told me all the time. Tony Flanagan.
I'm telling you, I passed on my front lawn because what he was trying to do was keeping his boat anchored.
Oh, my old boat.
By the beach. And he must have been hammered enough where he thought he could just grab my kayak, but he couldn't make it through. The fence literally has a, lift. He couldn't figure that out, so he just fell asleep at the foot of it. So I come out of the morning, go to work, I'm like, Tommy, you gotta move, man, because I'll roll over you. I'm like, fuck, where's my driveway?
So what's up with the sailboat? It came off this morning. It's dragging chain.
It's in front of my house right now.
Yeah, it's moving 2 blocks a day.
What's that?
There's a sailboat from Bayside. No, there's the white one. Yeah, it's all the way from Arlington. I don't know. It was in Bayside.
And it's got a gash on the side.
It was on Manor Road yesterday. Today it's on Arlington. So when it breaks in the morning, the chain is still hundreds of pounds. And that's what slows it down.
It's sliding in mud, and we haven't had big wind.
Right.
Tonight is going to be a little bit of a storm.
Yeah, well,
It'll be in the mud.
It'll be either on from the children's front lawn.
It's going to hit ground with at least 10 feet of water, right?
It might take like 3.
And it'll go inside, and it's heavy tide.
Even with the chain, like, that chain is all lane. Once it gets in the shallow water, it's
So that's why it's not moving that fast.
Yeah,
It's dragging a chain.
what's happening is going to do that, and the kids, so it'll be that, and then 2 to 3 feet.
It's an interesting look. We see it every couple of years.
I always think this, all of us who know roads, we're always like, well, you could salvage it, right? And then you go, like, why would I want to anything in my life?
That's something we would have done as like teenagers, 13 years old, and we found stuff and had fun. And I love to tie them to the dock in the winter.
When you find a disposable boat, you're not allowed to be disposable. That's, right. It's like a fully invested, stray cat in your house.
You got it, it's yours now.
Yeah.
You said you wanted a boat.
Your boys would want this boat. It's like appropriate size for them.
They still have it. They're like ropes. You'll never get in the ocean.
I don't know if I'll get a sailboat.
No.
Have my kids run
Do not start a sailboat. Start motor. You don't have a problem with sailboats now.
Water skiing, tubing, dinner, and then something you can take up for the job, and that could be easy, you know.
Unless it's 100 degrees for a week, 1975, we went
a broken head.
Oh my God. That wasn't all right.
One of the architects I worked with for, he's retired now. I don't know if you know Nick Bogaris. He's out east. He's at 100. He's done a lot of state work. This guy takes his sailboat from Huntington and goes to the Bahamas. Go to Nantucket, come back and give him a scoop.
We had a guy in the neighborhood, John Summerhouse. He was 80 years old and he would be transatlantic. And it was, look, he'd tell his wife like a week before he'd go. And then my favorite, he goes to Belgium, comes back, she's following with single-side end operators all along the coast. And he goes, hey, honey, you know what? The hurricane season coming up. I'm going to head out to the West Indies. And I'm going to hang there until spring. And I'm like, you fucking dog. And of course he comes back. He's like 80 with bleach orange hair. He's got 2 piercings. Like, you've been hanging out with bare-chested women. Like, exactly. Bare-chested women the whole time.
You know Bobby's friend Carlo? He's the guy that comes over from Amsterdam every year. He was with them for like 5 weeks this year. Bought a boat in Spain. You know, they don't work. He had a shipping company, whatever. He's going across to the Caribbean. Bobby's going to meet him down for race week. All right, go there for a week. He's going to putz around the Caribbean for a while. I mean, he's what he's going to do. But going across from Spain to the Caribbean in January, it's the better time to do it, but you're like 5 days, 6 days away from the gym. It's not for me.
How long is that trip?
14 days. Sail. Yeah. I sail on 24th. You're not dropping. Right, you're not dropping anchor.
And the worst part is, when you're sleeping, it's obviously still sailing, right? And that's when bad stuff happens, like you hit something, you wake up to the sinking of your body.
I don't know
how people do that. The tanker that doesn't see you. You know, in the sea.
There's debris out there.
Yeah. So like, even the radars pick up a large boat, they won't pick up, right? It's like a container full.
I can't do everything. Go to sleep, I can wait for 14 minutes. Well, you're going to have 5 guys or 4 guys, so someone's, you know, but still.
Robert Redford did this, you know, so that boat was my boat. That was literally the boat I owned. And I got to watch it sink. Right? And it was cool. And I look at thinking to myself going, this is exactly what it would be like to watch, to be on the boat while it's sinking.
No, it's not. You want to shit in your pants.
I wasn't getting into that.
Right.
But I kept going like, this is my boat sinking.
That's not the way to go.
You know, kind of was like, yeah, that's why I'm selling this boat.
I prefer falling. I prefer getting shot. Drowning.
You want to punch his cheeks.
Drowning.
If your life is going out.
Eaten by sharks. I mean, there's a whole
7 days away from land, you're both going down.
I got a news for you. Just before your boat sinks in the middle of the lake, you're probably going to freaking before the sharks get you.
The joke is, you know.
No, there's life jackets and
I do know about how long before you get hypothermia and die.
This one guys have lasted 6-7 days.
yeah.
It's kind of crazy.
The days don't fly by you.
I've raced bus stops, you know, Newport, Bermuda, Transpacs. I've done the ocean racing. The joke is, anybody who's done the real ocean racing never goes to the back of the bus. You like stand in the cockpit and aim for the scuppers because there are a lot of sailors that have been found with their pants down because they hung off the back of the boat and fell off. And no one notices you. So, here it is. Yeah, I'm sorry. Sorry, I'm working on it. I'm not going near the back of the boat. It's a classic experience sailing.
Yeah, makes sense.
How you tell them.
Does it have something to say?
Yeah.
Okay, if everybody can please take their seats, I will get started. Total number of votes cast, 298. Necessary for election, 150. Aaron Douglaston. Congratulations, she won. Is it your practice to read all the vote counts or not? No. Congratulations to Aaron. Okay, for the class of 2023, total number of votes cast 312, number necessary for election 157. Congratulations to Tessalia, Joseph, Vinny, Mike DeFonso, and Mary Sweeney. The class of 2024, 309 votes cast, number necessary for election 155. The winners are Mike Gannon, Andrea Hart, Sharon Lee, Pia Thompson, Harvana. Oh, Patty would be much easier. Patty Rufino, yes. Congratulations to all the winners. Just to answer a couple of questions that were asked of me during the breaks, why do we have to wait? Why couldn't we keep going? You had to wait because your next order of business is going to be to elect your nominating workforce. And your nominating committee has to have 2 board members and 3 non-board members. You had no board members that met the eligibility until after you completed your election. As you will recall, you have not had a meeting in several years, so you did not have that constant replenishment. So that's why we had to do it. There was also a question asked, what if somebody gets enough votes to win, but they're not in the top 5, let's just say? Well, the answer is they lost, right? You have to win, you have to meet 2 requirements. You have to have a majority vote, or more than half, and you have to be in the top 5, or whatever it was for that particular group. If there were 4 people that broke the threshold, and the 5th person did not, you would have a runoff, because that person did not get elected, okay? And if you're wondering where this comes from, it's in your parliamentary authority, Robert's Rules of Order. I'll be happy to go through the pages with somebody that's interested in it later. Now, are you going to take my word for it? Okay. Thank you. So, at this point, we are up to the nominating committee. This nominating committee actually, normally it works for a year. This nominating committee will only be working until time to the April board meeting. We need to elect, according to Article 6, Section 1, a nominating committee consisting of 5 members to serve for the ensuing year shall be elected by the members of the association at the annual meeting. It shall consist of 2 classes. 2 members shall be members of the board whose term does not expire at the next annual election. And 3 shall be members of the association in good standing who are not directors. An additional board member and an additional non-board member will be identified as runner-ups. The eligible directors are from the classes of 2024 and 2023. Are there any nominations for the Board of Directors nominating committee positions from the Board of Director people? Are there any nominations? We're going to project this on the board as people type it in. Yes? Tom Kassane. What year is he? He's not eligible. To be eligible, you have to be in the class of 2024 or 2023. I put the names up.
We just won.
I think.
Second. But I'm going to serve in 2019. I'd like to give somebody else a chance. Appreciate it. Great job.
I'm going to try and let me give you the names as best as I can. I have Mike Gannon, Andrea Hart, Sharon Lee, Pia Thompson, and Patty Rufino. Trick on that one. You can just wait until I'm finished reading. The class of 2023 is Tessalia, Joe French, Vinny, Mike, Marie, and Mary, sorry, Mary. And I believe, are there any others that are still on? So those are the 10 people that are eligible to fill those 3 spots. Now, who would you like to nominate?
Nominate Peter.
Nomination for Pia. Where is Pia? Will you accept the nomination? She accepts the nomination.
Nominate Joe French.
Nomination for Joe French. Is Joe here?
No.
Oh, okay, well, we'll hope that he accepts.
Second.
He certainly is not in the room, so he can receive. Done. Who? Salia. Are you interested?
I believe Joe French will accept.
Where in absence, he's accepted. No thank you, okay? Yes.
Mary Sweeney.
Mary Sweeney. Mary Sweeney, are you interested?
Sure.
Okay. Are there any others? Going once. Going twice. Going 3 times. We're closing nominations for the board member roles. We now have nominations open for the member-at-large roles. You may not be on the board of directors for these nominations. We have
I nominate Rebecca Dello.
Rebecca, do you accept? Okay.
I nominate Lucy Portnoy and.
Stop, you get one.
Okay.
Lucy? Where's Lucy?
Portnoy, Lucy Burry.
Do you accept?
Yeah.
Okay, your next one?
Greg Mason.
Greg, where are you?
Yes.
Do you accept?
Yes.
And
Okay.
Doug Montgomery, who's not here, but.
You're gonna have to slow down because these guys are trying to keep up with you.
Doug. Doug.
All right, hang on.
There's 2 spots here and 2 spots here.
Okay, well, we're gonna need to.
Math wasn't my
Okay, slow down. One at a time. Antoinette Beham?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, and just where is she?
I accept.
You accept.
George Smith?
George Schmidt. Where is George Schmidt?
Here.
Do you accept?
Why not?
I'll take that as a yes. Go ahead, next.
Joe Warren.
You didn't catch the first name. Joe Warren.
He's not here, but he's confirmed that he will serve.
Yeah,
If you're 50, you're the one that's gonna have to tell us. Okay. Are there any other nominations?
What we can do is concurrent.
Any other nominations? And that's a wrap. So give me a minute or 2 so that they can get all the names in and project it for you, and then you will be able to vote just for these. Well, the legal. Okay, before anybody votes or does anything that we're gonna regret, please take a look at the list. Take a look at the list of names. A vote will be considered valid, provided we can tell who the person is that you're writing in. If you write in Mickey Mouse, that's not valid, okay? Is there anybody's name who was nominated that is missing from the list?
I can't see it. You make that big?
Yeah.
Margin?
Yeah. You take that, and then we'll go with the next group. Like it matters? It's like All-Star ballot.
That's as big as I can get. Everybody agrees and is content with this is a complete list of the nominees. Yes. I will in 1 second. I just want to make sure that we're right with the list. Okay. To vote, you are allowed to put down 2 names. You are voting for 2 people from the board, that's the top 3 candidates. And from the members at large, you are selecting 3. The tellers will be coming around to collect a single ballot from you. And those of you that have proxies, put your name on the ballot with the proxy number that you're voting. Does anybody have any questions about what we're doing right now? Yes, sir.
You have to receive that for votes.
I can't hear you.
You have to receive that for votes.
You do need to receive a majority vote in order to be elected, yes.
And what is the majority since lots of people left?
The majority is based on the number of people that vote. So I can't answer that question to you at this moment. Yes. Correct. No, you can vote on this. Yeah, it's not, this is no. Yep, you can vote. Unless, did you tell the proxy that they had,
Our own counter. Right, so find out first. I am lucky. Thank you. Yes, we should be able to go concurrent. Right. Out of here. Yes.
These, unless you guys have voted, because none of these outcomes are dependent on the next action, you will continue the meeting, continue the activity. After the tellers have finished tallying the vote, they will let us know and we will identify the winners and or a runoff. The tellers should be circulating through one single ballot.
Let's do that next time. Oh yeah, absolutely. Good seeing you, buddy. Take care.
Keep the name, come forward, we'll show this to you. Anybody else?
Yes. Well, we're going to that's what he said. I'm out. Yeah, but she stayed till now. In fact, she came on. I can't wait to see them open up the renegotiating the Jupiter contract. According to Larry, we have 4 more years. Says they're renegotiating.
Nothing there.
It's in the way to talk about here, you know, renegotiating new contract with yeah, I know.
I mean, they took people to say, if you think the film guys fuck with it.
Yes. Brilliant. Brilliant.
More people here
Than usual.
than ever.
this is thorns. Yeah, but they keep up that this is as long as Mike
Everybody is turning their ballots. Here we go. Ballots are all turned in. Okay. At this time, we are going to start working on our bylaws amendments. Okay. So, the first one, Article 1, General, Section 7, definitions. Okay, great. Letter C, the word member, insert, or members means the owner, owners of a Douglaston Manor residence, insert, and such owner's spouse. It has been brought forward by a committee, so it does not require a second. Is there any discussion on this motion?
I'd like to discuss it. It's 10 minutes.
Representing the board recommends a vote for this proposal.
Is there any other discussion?
Sorry about that.
He said that the board recommends approval. You know what, when we turn that around, we can't read this.
Yeah, you either have to enlarge the screen
I
or
would
read
ask
it
this
because
proposal
you can't read
for
it.
one very basic reason. If someone is not paying their dues, you could only sue the person whose name is on the deed. And if your name is not on the deed, you cannot file a lien. So what we have to make sure is that our rules talk about the deed, because you can't sue someone with a lien unless they are on the deed.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion on the motion?
This doesn't affect the number of votes.
You either need to come to the microphone or you need to not be talking. That's the way we've got to do it so everybody can hear you.
He still has to come to the microphone.
This doesn't affect the number of votes. It's still one vote per household. It just affects the members of that household. Right? Yeah.
Right.
Voting is still the house.
Yes.
Any other discussion? Once, twice? There being no other discussion, if you could please take out your ballot slip for Article 1. Let me ask you, well, there's no clarity. Article 1, and the tellers will come and collect your Article 1 vote.
Just for voting card, to save time?
No, we should keep voting, but we have all kinds of other votes and proxy votes and different people at different times.
That's really good.
Okay. Is it acceptable if these two collect the votes? Is there any opposition?
I'd like to nominate them. I want to vote on that. Can we have a discussion?
This is just for collecting Article 1. It's a single slip, and they will make sure that they only receive one from a person. Article 1.
Thank you. Here you go, take them all, there we go. Oh, right here, right here. Thank you for your service. Sorry, how are you? Oh, damn, if I knew back inside, I'd help them for it. You can take them. It's like collecting stocks. For big companies.
Okay, all the votes have been collected? No, you guys are returning. Okay, we're now going to start with Article 2. Okay, if I can please get everybody's attention. Okay, so I would like to make the recommendation that we table Article 2 to the end. The reason that I'm making that recommendation, and if anybody objects, we'll just keep right on going. But Article 2 has two different versions, so we will have to start with the first version and perfect that version, because you only get to vote on one. You don't get to vote for and against and have a pick because it's a false portrait. So it's up to you. If there's objection, we'll stay with number 2. If there's no objection, we'll move forward and start clearing some of the others out. Is there objection to moving forward? No. We will table item number 2. Article number 3. Article number 3 will be put up for you. You should have this. I'm going to save myself some reading and just say the amendment is to insert no person who is then actively engaged in prosecuting any legal or administrative proceeding against the association shall be eligible either for nomination as a director or is, if already serving, to continue to serve as a director while such legal or administrative procedure is pending. Is there any discussion on Article 3?
On behalf of the board votes for that proposal.
Recommend.
The board recommends
Excellent.
a vote.
Is there any other discussion on Article 3's insertion?
I don't think this is in the interest of the
Turn around and
association.
face the chair.
I don't think it's in the interest of the association that anybody who disagrees with the board should not be continuing on the board because he disagrees with the board. The board may make mistakes and do something untoward, and each member should be free to vote in that way, or if ever action is necessary, so be it.
Is there any other testimony for Article 3? Are you standing to give testimony? No. Seeing no additional testimony or questions, if the collectors would please collect for Article 3 a single sheet per person. A single sheet per person.
Like 2 and 3?
There's several Article 3, just 3.
It's this one. It's the one that says you can't sue.
Hang on 1 second.
So you're still discussing? Come on.
No, it's just slow. It's slow.
Article 3,
Is this a short?
2. Only Article 3.
Article 3, guys, going once? Michelle, we're gonna have to figure you out with this.
All ballots been collected. Okay, next item of business business is Article 3, Section 8, Directors, Officers, and Employees. It reads, strike employees, strike compensation. Retitle, board members shall be appointed to secretary and assistant treasurer board positions. The board shall appoint, insert, an elected director as elected, strike A, secretary, insert, of the board, and an elected director to serve as, strike an, assistant treasurer of the, insert, of the board, and such other officers as it deems appropriate to serve during, strike the next 4 lines, and insert their respective terms on the board of directors. The secretary shall record all minutes of the board of director meetings and shall, with the president, sign all written contracts and obligations of the association. Any discussion on Article 3, Section 8?
The board recommends a vote against the following.
Is there any other discussion? On down.
Again, John, I'll say what she did.
I find this all very confusing. Are we talking about a secretary who is on the board of directors who records the minutes of the board, who takes minutes like tonight? Or are we talking about an office manager? We're not talking about an office. We're talking about the secretary of the board of directors. Is that what we're talking about?
Of the board of directors.
I'm sorry?
The secretary of the board of directors.
Yes, to take minutes, to attend the meetings and take minutes.
Okay, and also the county sign contract with the president. We're not talking about a person who's going to do the day-to-day management of the matter law.
Thank you. Is there any other testimony? Going once, twice? Hearing no additional testimony, we will now vote on Article 3, Section 8.
That's what I want. He doesn't want to
Stop eating these things.
Has everybody cast their vote?
That's what I asked you to do.
It's not the bunny, it's like the Easter basket. You got a French roll on?
It is, no, I was told, I'm sorry.
It's fine. We need snacks.
Are we good with it?
I was promised no cookies.
Okay, next order of business is Article 3. Directors, officers, and employees, Section 11. Strike, secretary duties of, inspection of membership list, insert office manager duties of, the strike secretary, insert office manager, shall keep the minutes and records and conduct the correspondence of the association and strike of the directors. Strike, the secretary shall, with the president, sign all written contracts and obligations of the association. Insert, the office manager shall distribute the board meeting minutes prepared by the secretary of the board to all board members 5 days in advance of each monthly meeting of the board. The office manager, back to the regular text, to have the custody of the seal of the association as well as its books, records, securities, and title deeds, and shall perform the usual duties of this office, subject to the direction and control of the board of directors. The strike secretary and certain office manager shall prepare and keep on file at all times, a complete and accurate list of all owners of the Douglaston Manor lots with their names and addresses, and shall produce at any association meeting the book and record showing a list of members and their eligibility to vote. Such lists at all times shall be open to inspection by any member by arrangement with the strike secretary and cert office manager. Strike as set forth in section 8 above, the secretary may be a paid employee of the association. The secretary may also, if the board so decides, assume the duties of assistant treasurer. Insert the office manager position shall be a 20-hour per week position in accordance with a detailed job description prepared by the board of directors. There shall be daily publicized office hours. All phone expenses of the office manager must be approved monthly by the finance committee to differentiate personal expenses from legitimate business expenses. Is there any discussion? Please approach the mic.
The board recommends a vote against this proposal.
Thank you.
My name is Phil Metropolis. I just questioned the title of office manager, and I wonder if we fall under the director's office of the director's policy, and would recommend an amendment of executive director rather than office manager.
So an office manager would be an employee, would not be covered under your O&D insurance. You're an employee. Come on down.
You're missing our ballots back here.
Come on down. You that's what you're standing to tell us? Okay, can you go out in front? If you're missing a ballot, go out front and they can take care of that problem for you. Any other testimony?
This is easier to cheat than in Chicago, for God's sake.
So the question was posed, how does this coordinate with bylaws? And I would say, as a parliamentarian, this person does a lot of bylaw writing and reviewing. This is mostly policy and procedure stuff. The bulk of this, there's no business being in your bylaws, right? Bylaws should be something that you change by an act of Congress, the body. You know, when you start putting things in like it's a 20-hour-a-week position, that's not bylaws. Because then once you put it in your bylaws, then it is bylaws. And if you need 21 hours, you are out of luck. So, yes, I would recommend that you think carefully about the rules. Is there any other testimony about Article 3 or any questions about Article 3, Section 11? Talk amongst yourselves for about a moment. Let them finish getting their ballots, and then we'll move forward.
Section 11. Michelle, you ready? Yes, I am. You guys good?
I think we need to district. Thank you, Laura.
You did? How's she getting home?
I don't know where else to go.
So you're the reason I'm still sitting.
Thank you. I didn't know I was going.
You're the one I'm blaming. Yeah, right. He meant it. Yes, I agree.
She's doing really well. She loves her class. She's doing really well. I haven't seen her enjoy school as much in 20 years. Yeah, shocking.
They get to stay at my house. That's it. I didn't even know, sir. It actually saves me money. I've been waiting.
It's fine. Let's wait. It's going to be over at 1:45.
Oh, it's gotta be like 5, right? Plus this consultant. That'd be a great question. That's
I have my limitations.
Alright, so I want to give you guys some results. Those of you that are and, okay, from the board, congratulations to Kia and Mary, with Joe as the alternate. And from the non-board members, Rebecca and Antoinette have successfully won. However, none of the other candidates broke the majority rule, so you have a runoff election with the remaining candidates to identify one more person for the board, so you'll have one vote. Your candidates are going to be Lucy.
Where's our ballot?
We don't have, we need a ballot.
What do I write on my hand?
They're going to be Lucy, Greg, George, Joe, and Doug. Unless any of those people would like to decline running again.
You need 5 of them.
Sure. Come to the microphone. Come to the microphone.
Okay, folks, it's 11:20. I understand we have to be out of here at 11:45. The significant vote has been held. We now have a vote on a nominating committee. Just the people who will serve on the nominating committee for when we do this next year. People have been elected. Our parliamentarian is telling us, based on what I can tell you, as someone who's been 40 years as a lawyer and 40 years very active in politics, is an extremely dubious interpretation, saying we're not going to have to waste time with 20 minutes for a runoff election for a nominating committee, because everyone to be elected has to have a majority of the ballots cast. That's not the way it works.
That is the way it works, and that is, so you can stop.
I don't even know
You
what
can
the
stop.
tallies are.
You can stop.
We will waive if it turns out that
The way the rules are set up, you're done. I gotcha.
We'll wait for a right.
You don't have the option. You guys have a set of bylaws in which you identify
This
Robert's
is
rules
not
of
in the
order.
bylaws. Show me where this is in Robert's rules.
You know what? Please sit down. Please sit down.
You're wasting
Please sit down.
everybody's time. I wasted a minute. He's about to waste 20 minutes. Sir,
The answer is the body really has no choice on this. Well, if you would all be kind enough to stop talking, I will be happy to answer your questions. It's a fair question. The ruling is that you guys in your bylaws have identified RO&R as your parliamentary authority. You have not specified the authority for the body to elect by plurality. By the way, I would recommend you do that in the future and change your bylaws. But that's not an option that you have right now. To answer your question, can you override the parliamentary, the presiding officer? You sure can. But then you have to keep in mind that what you're doing is violating your bylaws and then setting yourself up for anybody who wants to challenge your election by appeal can go ahead and do that.
I move we overrule the decision of the parliamentarian.
Fine.
Third.
Excellent. So there has been a challenge to the decision of the chair. The chair has already spoken and explained why I believe my decision is correct. Is there any other discussion on the motion? You guys can all vote. Take out, we'll have to get a ballot for you to vote to decide whether or not you want to overrule You do a hand vote because you guys have proxies. That's the way it is, guys. You wanna overrule it? We cannot.
Here's the question.
I just figured out how to do it. You're right. How many people? We had this by hand.
Right.
Okay. Thank you. So, will all those in favor of sustaining the decision of the chair, agreeing with the chair, please raise your hand.
Agreeing with the chair?
Agreeing with the chair.
What about the proxy?
Okay.
Agreeing with the decision of the chair. Let's have a formal election.
Okay.
No, that's not what you got.
Are they going to challenge?
I don't want to get shit.
All of those who do not agree with the decision of the chair, do not wish to sustain the chair. Can you actually sit so I can see the behind you count them? 17. Now, Antoinette, where are you?
Here.
And you have a proxy. Are you voting your proxy for or against?
With the chair.
Thank you. Barbara. Yes. I'm still working on it. I'm ignoring you there. Barbara? Barbara here. Are you Barbara?
Yes.
Okay, you have one proxy vote?
I do. She's on time.
You can either vote to sustain the chair, against the chair, or you can sustain. Yes, thank you. Jane, you have 101 votes.
Yes, I against.
Done. Okay. And John?
I'm abstaining.
Okay. John, you're abstaining. John Dietz? Not here. You're where, John?
That's John.
John Toes.
I'm sorry, that was Big Towson.
That's you. You're 4. Kathy.
Oh, it's me. 4.
4. Loretta.
4.
Mary Sweeney.
Against.
Mark Corbisiero. Mark Silver. Mark
Against. Against.
Against. Megan Brannigan. Patricia Dornfeld.
Oh, she's outside.
Peter yes. Thank you.
11:27.
Tia Thompson. Sharon Lee. Tom.
She's counting the votes.
the same. 4. And Marcia? Huh? 12.
No, he wanted this one. Oh, you didn't want it, okay.
4.
We're not doing anything else. We're going to be voting on 99 we're talking about.
With a vote of 151 to sustain and 121 against, the chair's decision is sustained. We will get ballots for you and we will enable you to vote. We're going to project the names of the people that are eligible candidates.
It's the perfect thing to a perfect thing.
Can I back out of this nominating committee? Can you take my name off the list?
Yes, your name is.
Well, we have to start over then.
Anybody else want to? So anything that has not been addressed at the time of adjournment basically dies, and you can bring it up at your next meeting.
Yes. Committee and then saying all motions, including motions put forth by the board to make changes in our bylaws and everyone agrees upon.
60 minutes and that's it.
Changes that everyone consensus agrees upon will be dead because you want to have an absurd run-off election.
So, Article 1, for Article 1, your vote on Article 1 was 215 for and 75, sorry, 6 against, motion carries. 215, motion 1 carries. While they're working on distributing the paper, we will
It's smart you were going to put your name on the sheet.
So we are now on Article 5, Section 1. Article 5, Section 1, the annual meeting of the association shall be held in the month of April on a date and at a time to be determined by the board in Douglaston, Queens, at such place as the board may decide. Inserting, such place may be an electronic platform to the extent permitted by law.
Let's discuss that.
The board recommends a vote for.
Is there any other discussion on this motion? Sorry?
Tom or Marcia, what do you understand the word to the extent permitted by law to mean? Tom? What do you understand the word to the extent permitted by law to mean? Anytime the board votes they want to do it, they do it. Or does there have to be pandemic or what?
So, the New York State non-for-profit will allow you, if you have in your bylaws a provision to hold meetings electronically, to hold them electronically. The recent meetings that people have held was due to an executive order from the governor because nobody knew that this was going to come down.
But this is place they can have 2 meetings anytime they want.
So, no, this is just the annual meeting. Yes?
Well, I would urge you both no because we're having a nice meeting here in presentation. No reason to have annual meetings like Zoom. There's one more personal thing. You rely online, you look at the story, you rely on the meeting, all the time. We don't have things that work now, so I would vote no.
Okay. Is there any more discussion on Article 5, Section 1? Okay, please vote on Article 5, Section 1.
Oh, there it is. 105 broken.
Yeah, don't worry, don't worry. Just shove them all in. Hurry up, let's
I'm gonna give it to you, honey. I'll never get a chance to speak when she gets
Cool. Mark that
when we're walking and the following of the points.
So they are handing out a yellow sheet of paper. Feel free to go ahead and put your vote down for the nominating committee. You're just voting for one person, and the names are listed on the board.
No, they're coming around with that. Just take a good chance. Michelle, you like the last names?
Greg, what's your last name?
Greg, Joe, Joe,
We need to get a ballot.
they're coming out. We're ready to bring it
Did
out.
you realize that last thing was I'm in the filibuster.
Oh, yeah. I was playing the same thing.
We all go for mine. I have an 18-part question.
Pass those around.
They broken them over there. Let's kill more trees.
Hey, Marcia. Piece of paper. Thank you.
I need an unwritten.
They can make this into a ballot. This can be piece of paper, right? I'm going It's
We're never getting a case motion. She's going to stroke. What's her last name on her? Well, no. Yeah. The whole reason. Yep. 9.
I don't just
Why was she doing
now. Whatever business was still to come before the body is dead, right? You do not have another meeting in the next 120 days. You have your next meeting in April. Anything that has not been voted on or discussed, you can just submit it for the April meeting. It doesn't, I don't think it's disappear, but this meeting will end and the business before this meeting will end. Okay, I think we need to do one more. We have Article 5. Meetings, Section 9, Notice of Meetings. Notice of annual and special meetings of the association shall be, insert, sent, strike mail, to all member households at least 10 days, at least 10, but no more than 50 days in advance of such meeting, by mail to member household or by electronic mail to an address provided by the member. Is there any discussion?
The board recommends a vote for this proposal.
Is there any other discussion? Is there anybody opposed to this bylaw?
Yeah.
You're opposed?
Yes.
Okay, then we'll vote. Article 5, Section 9.
Sorry to keep you running around, Loretta. Oh, sorry. Do you get permission to take it? Yes, I'll save it for you next time. You better do snaps. Oh, please.
And then the traffic down West River Wow. Really, Michael's not swimming? Well, then you're not coming. What? They don't have any wheels. See, that's what I did. You get to walk. Nobody's not here.
History of the top 10. they gotta add those.
They gotta put those results in and then.
That's it, boys. That said it all. Roll call. We're done, right?
Yeah, we don't even have to make a motion for it. Yeah, we just don't. I asked him, do we have to adjourn? He said, nope. He said, we're done.
We got through to, get to the You know what? They should record. I know that. Exactly. When she hears that it's overtime, that might be it right there.
I keep bouncing that ball down there.
Yeah.
Oh, wait a minute. That's terrible. That's wrong.
Okay, due to our the requirements of us being out of here, what we are doing now is just tallying up all of the ballots that have come through. The first one, the second one actually that I have back is Article 3, Section 2. Number of votes cast was 288. Necessary for adoption is 2/3. There was 164 in favor, 124 opposed. The motion fails. That is Article 3, Section 2.
but 2/3 is tough.
Yeah.
In a group like that. Chris has to go over and clear it.
Everybody technologically savvy.
Yes.
What's that?
Very often,
Article 3, Directors, Officers, and Employees, Section 11. Number of votes cast, 253, necessary for adoption, 169. Votes in favor, 140, votes opposed, 113, motion passed.
Yellow tags are a big moment for
Okay, on your nominating workgroup, the winner is George.
I'm gonna call him and let him know. Call him, let him know.
They're heading to the exits. Right, Kat, go out. Take care. Take care. Michelle, take care. Good shot.
That's it. Great. Nice.
Number of votes cast 295, necessary for adoption 198. Votes in favor 159, opposed 136, motion fails. Is that it? Oh, okay.
cast 288, necessary for adoption 193, votes in favor 281, opposed 7.